Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I'm in the wrong place. Where are we? There we go. That's the view we want. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We are back in Pyanodon's hard mode. Why does that look so dark on my second monitor? That worries me. Let me see what my stream looks like. That is pitch black, isn't it? That is pitch black, isn't it? That is pitch black, isn't it? Whoops. That's not good. It is nighttime in game, but shoot, something changed some graphics driver thing with like HDR or something, I'm sure. That's not awesome. I don't know how to fix this. Let me check. Make sure I don't have HDR enabled in system settings. How would I even check this? Limit color resolution to 8 bits per color. Okay. RGB range, color profile, none. Okay, so yeah, we're doing something internally with HDR now. That's not good. I don't know how to disable this. Alright, I'm going to try restarting the game now that I've switched the display to force 8 bits per color. I don't know why it has 10 bits. All my displays are SDR displays anyway. But let's see if that was enough. That still looks darkish. Oh yeah. I could see putting that next to the game that it's super dark. Crap. So yeah, there's some like sRGB something or other that's going wrong here. This is not how I wanted to spend the start of my stream. Let me see if we have... Ooh! That looks like it's coming through in the right color. Alright. Sure. We fixed it. I had other issues with this capture type in the past. In fact, I think in the past, I had exactly the opposite issue, where this capture type was having weird, like, bit depth or gamma or something issues, and the other one was working right. Alright, let's... fix. No, I don't want to do that. All right, you know what? We're running. I'm not going to mess with it anymore. It's not like I've been doing edits of this anyway. Yeah. My concern is that I have two different recordings of my stream. I have the recording of the full stream, which goes on the VODs channel, but I also record the gameplay footage in full 1440p. And that capture is going to be garbage here, right? It's going to be the low visibility, whatever screwed up, wrong gamma, wrong bit depth, something. But I kind of gave up on doing edits of Pyanodons anyway. There's just too many hours of footage for not enough progress to like cut this down into good YouTube videos. So I'm just not going to worry about it. Worst case, if I do ever need to edit this, I'll just have to edit it from the stream footage. All right, we're calling this working now. It only took us 15 minutes. Let's grab the stream save again, and let's see if we have... That looks... I can already tell in... Yeah, that's much better. Let's get zoomed in. All right, hello! Let's try this all again. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Technical difficulties have been resolved. So today is the day. Today is going to be Pi Science 2. No matter what, we're making it happen. We've got just a few things left in the task list. Did I do this rebuild primers? I think I finished this last time. Or maybe not. I don't remember. I'll have to check them. Either way, we've just got polymerase, alien samples, casein, and then Pi Science 2. We have other things that are potentially wrong, broken, iffy. We're going to have to deal with those as well. But this is the task list for today. Let me just do a couple of things that I missed in my... Right, that works. And let's go into the Pi Discord and drop my spam. Okay, I think we're actually really ready to go now. So let's check primers first. I don't remember if I finished this last week, and then we'll move on to our other kind of remaining dependencies. This looks like I fixed primers, though. So I think we did, like, just get this fixed. What is... Oh! I'm an idiot. But that's okay. This needs to be filtered to jerky. I should really be doing this all, like, centralized somewhere instead of making phytoplankton everywhere that needs it, because I could just put it on rails. But that's okay. Alright, I think this should all work as long as it can get phytoplankton. Yeah, it's all just waiting for phytoplankton. Well... Yeah, I think we're okay here. I think this is done. So I can check that. I finished that more or less last week. Over here for green science, it's running. Yes, it is. That means we got plasmids. I mean, a bunch of them are just buffered here, but we'll get more of them eventually. And those are... Yeah, we're successfully making solidified Sarkarus. I was going to say, these are disabled by control behavior because we have enough Sarkarus floating around in this loop for our 3 science pack machines, right? This stuff lasts about 60 minutes, so it'll only make so much extra. I said 60, I meant 30. Yeah, about 30 minutes. So I think this is good as well. I think this will start spitting out Logi-Science eventually. Oh, we already have some. Yeah, cool. We probably also had that at the end of last week, and I've just completely forgotten everything. Yeah, primers are running, but slowly. That's fine. They're naturally slow. We're already out of... Yeah, we're out of laboratory instruments again. Laboratory instruments are out of rubber again. This is the eternal cycle of... I have technically enough rubber, but everything is building up buffers, right? And that's causing just general slowdowns in the system. Once we have more stuff, like, properly buffered, it won't be as blocked on rubber. But with these guys running, and with primers officially trying to run, make sure... Wait. Surely that's not right. 2 a second here to each of these wanting... Okay, I know we're running these at, like, a fairly low speed. So 5 of these is 0.25 a second. So we have 0.5 a second, which is a quarter of one of these machines in total across all 10 of these microorganism mines. But a quarter of that is still 4 of these phytoplankton farms. Did I do my math wrong in YAFC on that? Yeah, because I doubled this, apparently. We have 10 microorganism mines. So yes, we need 2 more phytoplankton farms. I mean, alternatively, I could cut this in half and only have 1 of these modules, because apparently just 1 of these modules is enough. Because I apparently YAFC'd for 5 of these microorganism mines. So I just, like, at some point in the course of things not working right, I just built double what I needed. What do we need here? We need steel and duralumin if I want to do these. I'll just grab... I'll just add these to my requests, and the next time I'm over near the base, they'll get picked up, and I can double this. There's not really a good place for this, is there? Alright, that should keep those running. Phytoplankton's going to be the limiting factor for a while on both of these machines, but that's okay. Now the question is, I don't think I set up any sort of limiter on the microorganism mines here, which means that basically these are always going to be looping petri dishes, even when we don't need to, like even when we don't have to make more primers, it'll be looping them. I think I did the same thing over here. I didn't put any output buffers. We can compare that to like the machines for basic substrate, where I like set up buffers and everything to stop these from looping. But honestly, realistically, don't think it matters. Like if they loop, because they're one in, one out, it wastes a little bit of power if the machines are running when it doesn't have the other ingredients that it needs. But that's all it wastes is power. So, and I don't want to rebuild these things again. So I'm going to leave them in that state. And we're going to go ahead and we are going to go back to YAFC here. If we go back to our Unified Science page, we can see what is left to do, and it's not that much. We need DNA polymerase and good alien samples, and then casein. So let's do DNA polymerase next. This is just like one building that brings a bunch of stuff in. So I think we just grab one gene lab and we put it next to a train station, and that's it. This will be a super easy build. Cool. I like easy builds. So we'll request that gene lab here too. And we will head over to the mall and grab what we need for that build. That's going to be ultimately 3 train stations. Because it needs the solid drop-off for all the ingredients, the pickup for the polymerase, and a fluid drop-off for the Arcod honey. So we'll need to find a spot where we can do 3 stations. And then while the bots are bringing me stuff, we can look over here at... So good alien samples need sodium hydroxide and fiber. A bunch of different fluids. A bunch of different solids. Alright. This won't be too terrible to do for good alien samples, I don't think. And then casein... I think will be pretty straightforward. I think we're making enough acetic acid already to use acetic acid. We looked at this last week. I had originally planned to do we're waiting for laboratory instruments here for retrovirus as well. We had originally planned to do hydrochloric acid for casein, but I realized when I was setting up where is it? Realized when I was setting up methanol that it was really easy to also set up acetic acid. So we have acetic acid now, is what I'm getting at. And instead, I'm sinking my chlorine, which was going to go to the hydrochloric, into tailings here. Just pulling gravel in and converting this to tailings, which is fine because tailings becomes, you know, acid gas and or nexolate and or other things. So adding more tailings is always helpful. So yeah, casein with acetic, I think, is kind of what I settled on there. And then our usual void for muddy sludge into oxygen that goes on rails, our wastewater into urea that goes on rails. So we've got, ultimately for casein, one input station and 3 output stations. So that's actually a fairly large build in terms of rail area. And the good alien samples is also going to be fairly large in terms of rail area, if only because of the number of inputs. It's got like 8 inputs, 8 solid inputs, and 2 of those feed into the microfiber, plus the liquid inputs, so we'll have to figure out what that looks like. And then this looks like overall we're pulling in 4.5 Corlex milk. Let's just double check the scale of our Corlex milk build. Make sure that we're making enough. Alright, each of these makes... So we're making like 0.1 Corlex milk barrels a second. And... that looks like it turns into a 50. So we're making 5 a second. Cool. So we are making plenty of Corlex milk. Might take a little while to get all of our input tanks like fully buffered, but we are making more than we need. So, oh, we don't have gene labs on rails, or sorry, not on rails, in the mall. I just realized. Okay. No, we do make it. We just haven't. Oh, I never pasted the ingredients. All right. What do I need to just make this by hand? A little bit of extra duralumin. I can do that. All right, there's our gene lab. So let's go. Let's go drop off these phytoplankton farms, or whatever they're called. And once those are in place over on that side, we will we can find a spot to set up the gene lab for the DNA polymerase. After that, we'll do good alien samples, and then we're so close. Like I said, today is gonna be the day, no matter what. It's just gonna take a little work, and we're gonna find issues as these things turn on. We're gonna find bottlenecks, right? And we're gonna have to be working around those bottlenecks. One of the big bottlenecks right now is laboratory equipment sucking up all my rubber. You know, I've tried over here, and we might need to set our thresholds even smaller for all of these things. You know, we're requesting, our request threshold is 5 stacks, and we request a total of 7 stacks. Same over here. But like, you know, our deliveries are still... I'm not sure if that's low enough for us to have deliveries to all the places that need the laboratory instruments, right? Like, are we going to get enough for this to get its... Oh, and this is still set to 5, so I need to adjust to 10, so this will never get a delivery. So let's do that here as well. Same thing for all of these super low volume science inputs. 7 stacks of everything. And I can set different request amounts and different thresholds just for the different thresholds for different products with another station control combinator if I have to. So like if I want to set these guys to like request 2 stacks with a threshold of 1, then I can do that, and I can keep the other inputs at larger thresholds. but I don't love doing that. And how is glass doing? Because I see we're not getting petri dishes. So let's check glass. Glass is stopped on sand. We don't have pure sand. That's bad. Oh, all right. It's being loaded as we speak. I'm surprised that it was able to run out fully, though. What is this set to? Quest threshold 20 stacks, and we okay. Let's keep a bigger buffer here. That way, when rails are delayed, and rails are always delayed, we have enough of a buffer here to keep this running. In fact, this should have a train limit of like 2. Yeah, it does. Trains with this stop 2. So that should start to get that topped back up and running a little more cleanly. Okay. Now, where am I? What was I doing? I dropped off those phytoplankton farms, right? Yes. So this should be running more consistently now. Oh, no, it's not. Because I'm an idiot. Alright, let's go fix that. And actually having input inserters would help too. Jesus. And we will need actually one more of these. Nope. Alright. Now these should all be running. How are we doing on primer outputs, by the way? Yeah, they're not even buffering yet. That's gonna take a hot minute. How's science here going? It is still just running. Yeah. Oop, and we've got manure spoiling, which means that this is going to request more manure sooner than later, which is fine. Yeah, this requests some of that stuff in smaller volumes, and I'm not sure if that's totally right. This is one of those things where I lowered all the thresholds because this is bringing in plasmids, which are heavily restricted by laboratory instruments, right? But I might want to increase the thresholds for some of the other things in this build and not have them be as low. Because, like, we use 10 times as much basic substrate as we do plasmids, and we use... yeah, a lot more of the animal bits. So I think these request thresholds I probably didn't change. Oh, I did set all this low. I'm not sure why I set those ones low. I might have just gone and set everything to lower thresholds. But like basic substrate, we might want to have at a higher threshold here. And then as far as the deep polymerized organics, I don't think we actually use that much of it, so that might be fine with the lower manure request. Then again, when this happens and a whole bunch of it decays at once, You know, are we going to have suddenly go from this many stacks to 0 and then we have to wait for a train? But then again, that's already an issue. So I don't think that issue of things potentially decaying is made worse by smaller stack sizes. Okay, let's build a build. So for DNA polymerase, we have solid input, fluid input, and a solid output. That's 3 stations, and that's going to be 2 segments. And I think this is basically just a single solid drop-off station that's going to feed directly into... Oh, I didn't realize I was out of stations. What are our requests for this? It's going to be retrovirus, laboratory instruments, Vrock cocoons, and glassware. Okay. And I think I'm doing this, and I think I'm going to go fix a bunch of my other stuff that takes things in small volumes, and we're going to do this as well. I think we're going to start doing 1 stack of these things at a time, because we're making them at just such a small speed, right? We're making... We look at YAFC again, we're making 0.01 DNA polymerase a second. So 100, a stack of 100 of something, 100 like laboratory instruments is gonna last like 10,000 seconds, whatever that is in minutes. I don't care, but it's long enough that just 1 stack is fine. And like, yes, this gene lab can technically burn through that more quickly, but that's... I'm just not worried about any of this stuff being in large quantities. And I am worried about things filling up in large buffers, taking forever to accumulate, and never actually seeing science start. So let's start doing this where it makes sense to do it. Here's another one where we can set our request threshold to 1. And everything here is like 2 stacks. And the other place to do that is going to be where we're making primers and plasmids. These also need much smaller request sizes. And then again, if it turns out with some of these ingredients that we see shortages, or we see them, you know, running out in between train deliveries and we need more bulk deliveries, then we can increase the thresholds just for specific items with a station control. I just don't want to set that up right now. And this one as well. 2 stacks of everything. And then I think where I'm making iScience 1, I'm not too worried about these ones. Yes, these are requesting huge numbers of things, but it's just glassware and basic substrate. So, like, this can buffer forever. I don't care. And it will buffer forever. Okay. Back to DNA polymerase. Let's get... this set up. We're gonna need honey. We're gonna want a tank full. Okay, let's get these stations powered, so we'll start to get our requests in. This thing uses a grand total of 1.4 items a second, so that's like, I don't know, a bunch of gray inserters. That's me not caring. And we're gonna have a pickup station right here for our output. Nothing decays in this, right? So we don't have to worry about decay. Ooh, we need another CyberSyn combinator. Okay. We're not far from copper, so let's just head over. I can grab copper and make that by hand. All right, I think this is done, other than needing a bunch of things to be delivered in fairly low quantities, which might take a little while for the rails, for everything to be dispatched. Yeah, so this is picking up frog cocoons, and we've also got one picking up glassware. Our other inputs are the retrovirus and laboratory instruments, both of which obviously have been problems, right? Okay, good. We do have some retrovirus now. We got a stack of laboratory instruments. It's going to take a little while. Obviously, we end up buffering a bunch of stuff on the belts in this setup. But probably each laboratory instrument gets us, yeah, like 3 retrovirus. So we should be able to accumulate a couple of stacks of retrovirus just off this one stack of laboratory instruments. It's just going to take a minute for that to buffer. And then same with laboratory instruments, we should now be getting shipments of those kind of more regularly to all the places that use them, which should keep everything, yeah, running a little more smoothly. So I think, yeah, and we've got stacks of plasmids now. We have some primers. This should be able to run itself, yeah, pretty consistently now. In theory, we're making enough phytoplankton so that by the time these guys get a full load of petri dishes, which I think is 10, yeah, they will also get enough phagogy, or not phagogy, enough phytoplankton to run. So like they're still only running at. See, this is exactly what I didn't expect to happen. Maybe I need to drop in one more phytoplankton farm just to make sure that the whole thing is running like. Because we really want it to be just limited by how quickly can we get the petri dishes in, right? That's the... Well, we don't want it to be limited by that, but it's designed to be limited by that. Okay. I think it's going to be a minute until we get another stack of these buffered. Yeah. It does have some rubber at least. All right. I think everything is running as best it can run right now. Again, it's going to take a minute till we get a stack of retrovirus and a stack of laboratory equipment in here. And unfortunately, this takes one laboratory instrument plus a retrovirus to make one DNA polymerase. So a stack of this is a stack and a third of laboratory instruments, which is expensive. Is the Arcod honey not hooked up right? Did I miss a thing? I did. Okay. Now the honey's hooked up right. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm going to call that done. We apparently need more fluid trains. Interesting. I'm going to just let that sit for now. I'm not too concerned at the moment. Okay, our next thing up is good alien samples. Let's flip back to YAFC and let's see what that build looks like. We need 0.011 good alien samples a second. Oh, this is just two machines again, isn't it? Yep. So we got a pulp mill and we've got another gene lab. That's easy. Okay, yeah, we can get this kind of knocked out as well, I think. This one's going to be weird with its inputs, I think, because it has so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, polymerase is done. Yeah, this has 8 inputs. I mean, maybe I can do it with just one station. If they're going to be super low quantity, then yeah, we can probably do it with one input station. And then a fluid input station for the formamide, Corlex milk, and Arcod venom. So this is going to look a lot like what we just built, except a little bit different. We're going to need a pulp mill. And while I'm over at the mall, I will also pick up whatever I need to make a few more train stations and stuff, because I know I'm, like, out of those. What do I need here? Iron and circuit boards, and also circuit boards. Okay. Do I have circuit boards? Yeah. Alright, that should get... Oh, and there's our pulp mill. We're still waiting for the gene lab to show up. I wish there was an easy way. Oh, there it is. I can see when I look at the map, like, all the bots that are involved in doing logistics to me, and they're all red. but like a bunch of those are just coming over to empty my trash slots, and I don't necessarily care about them. I want to know where the bots are that are like bringing me the things I want. And I'm sure there's a mod that can do this, but... Alright, so once again, we're going to have a solid input, a fluid input, and a solid output for the good alien samples. I don't think there's anything funky about them. So we're just going to build it right alongside here, where we did the DNA polymerase. We're going to clear all this forest out of my way. Can't see what I'm doing. All right, let's do fluid drop off like here. And we have 3 fluid inputs, okay. Arcod venom, Corlex milk, and formamide. Okay. Whoops. I lost alt mode somehow, too. Corlex milk and formamide. We'll also set that as our requests. Arcod venom, Corlex milk, and formamide. Okay. So that is all of our liquid inputs for this build, and then we'll have a solid drop-off station on the other side. And what are our inputs here? We have a bunch. We've got biosamples. We've got plastic bars. We've got fiber and sodium hydroxide and glassware. We've got primers, poor alien samples, and DNA polymerase. Eight. That is the number that I came up with before. Our request threshold is just 1 stack, because we're making tiny amounts of this stuff. Okay. So let's get this build built. Let's grab our pulp mill. And the pulp mill can kind of go here. Making microfiber. From, yeah, inputs that are going to come from here. And then that feeds into the gene lab here, which makes good alien samples. We're going to spit out that. We're going to have our 3 fluids that all need to come across. We'll deal with that in a minute. Let's actually pull this over 1. Yeah. All the other inputs feed directly into this thing. We'll do a solid pickup station, kind of directly opposite this one. Nothing special to do here. Here's our output from this thing. Okay. So now we just have to get all of these fluids routed around and into the inputs of here. Which one is this? Arcod Venom. Arcod Venom. Of course. One more. Corlex milk. And the formamide, which we're not getting a delivery of yet. Why is that? Have they just not gotten around to it yet? I think they just haven't gotten around to it yet. Oh, yep, there we go. This train is probably full of formamide. No! You're full of Arcod Venom. Well, whatever. We'll give it a minute. We'll see if they figure it out. If they don't, I don't know. Okay. So that should be everything for the good alien samples as well. Nope, this one's going to get Corlex milk. Okay. Well. So all we're waiting for now here is the primers and the DNA polymerase, both of which we expect to be small quantities. Primers are probably not even, like, yeah, we're still not even making that many of them. Oh, we're out of jerky again. Shoot. That's less than ideal. We should be making more jerky, though. Or making jerky a little more regularly again, at least. Because we should have plenty of meat and guts and brains coming through. And we do. Well, we did. Wow. That is wild to see how little jerky we have left. I knew that we sent a bunch of meat over here, but like, wow. Yeah, these guys are completely out of fuel. We're out of meat. I didn't think that was possible. 'Cause like, yeah, we've got, I mean, Rock's running full speed and Og's running full speed, which, like, I know is not a huge quantity of meat, but we've got bees going. They make so much meat. Clearly, wow, I'm just impressed and a little disappointed. But for now, that's good alien sample. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. I do run ads just once every hour to try to have them be as undisruptive as possible. So when we come back from the ad break, we'll work on the next couple of inputs to science, and then we'll start working on bottlenecks. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, Twitch says there's still a little bit left on the ad break, but I know not everyone sees ads and not everyone gets a full-length ad break. So while we're waiting, just to make sure everyone is back, I'm just checking on our known bottlenecks. Laboratory instruments going out and about, slowly but surely. Yeah, plasmids are going to want more of them soon. Although I could probably actually pause plasmids. I think I need to set thresholds on these output buffers. We don't need to make 12,000 or whatever of each of these things, right? We can do like 500 or something like that. All right, Twitch says the ad break is officially over. I was just kind of checking on all my inputs or my factories that are known to be flaky. I think I want to set limits, I was just saying, on these things, right? Like, we don't need more than like 5 stacks of plasmids backed up because we don't use them that quickly. And I'm going to start doing it actually here. So let's grab this output. Enable when DNA polymerase is less than 500. All right, that's easy. And then let's go set something similar for plasmids and primers so that they won't buffer to ridiculous amounts. How do I want to do this? I guess I can just come through here. And then, yeah, we'll hook this up to the inputs on... Yeah, that should be fine. The inputs of these circuit machines, and then we enable these when plasmids are less than 500. There we go. And that should... Yeah, these should all be disabled by control behavior, which means this is just going to stop running. We'll stop making incubated petri dishes, and the whole thing will stop. We'll do the same thing for this, except it'll be based on primers, of course. We can hook both of these outputs up to the same circuit network. I think that'll be fine. I hope that'll be fine. Oh. Whoops. Some of these have circuit conditions. I must have copied and pasted this from this build. So that's funny, but not quite what we want. So apparently I routed power over to this side. Sort of. How did I do this? This is gross. What a mess. Yeah, this power routing is super weird. All right, yeah, this has the signals I care about now. And what we want is for these to be on when primers is less than 5 stacks. All right. And this should have the primers from down here coming off on the green network. Yeah, there's just none in the machine at the moment, or in the storage at the moment. And there's none in storage because we're out of phytoplankton, and we're out of phytoplankton because we're out of jerky, and I should really think about making phytoplankton from tin. There's an a recipe that uses, yeah, 1 tin grade 1 instead of 3 jerky to make phytoplankton. And I should start switching all my phytoplankton, I guess, over to that, because I'm always running out of jerky. For now, I'm not going to worry about it, because we do have more stuff to do. Oh, I should set this as well, a limit on the retrovirus. I don't think I did that. All right. Retrovirus, less than 5 stacks. All right. So this thing is officially disabled by control behavior. Good. And we have plenty of retrovirus. Yeah. And that'll just stop these things from making tens of thousands of these and just sucking up all of my, whatever they're called, laboratory instruments. Because those are my major bottleneck right now towards getting science started. So we don't want to be making thousands of retrovirus if we haven't even made any primers yet, right? Okay. Good alien samples are theoretically built. They're still waiting for primers over here. And for DNA polymerase. DNA polymerase is waiting for laboratory instruments? Laboratory instruments. Okay. I still don't know what causes these unexpected early returns. I just don't know. Okay. Flipping back to YAFC. Good alien samples are done. That just leaves casein. And this is a surprisingly complex build, so I'm going to flip this one over to its own tab. And it looks like for this 0.33 a second, it ends up scaling reasonably well to like 1 agitator and 2 centrifugal pans. So I think this is the scale we might build at, but let's just math it out. See what it looks like if we mess with the ratios a little bit. All right. So casein from casein pulp stage 2, from stage 1, from mixture, which we're making from acetic. Yeah, so this is like 1 a second is actually really well ratioed. Looking at this. This does require some extra, wastewater to urea, muddy sludge to... I've been doing muddy sludge to oxygen, which I know is not, like, best. I could switch to doing muddy sludge to rich clay, I guess, as an output. Yeah, and we do also need a void water. All right, but if we switch this down to our 0.33 a second, so this is what it thinks we want to build. Add some more 3s there so the rounding works out better. And then if we do this basically 3x, it gives us 2 of these evaporators and everything else kind of multiplies down nicely. But I think just building at this scale is fine. And as long as we leave room for growing sideways, we can always make more. Because we are going to need casein for other things in the future. Yeah, there's another melamine recipe. There's quality food. There's stuff we're going to need this for. So let's grab our shopping list, export to a requester chest blueprint. And if anyone knows a better way of doing this, by the way, I say this all the time, but this is how I get things into my Ology requests from YAFC. I paste down a Ology chest, and then I add it to my own requests. There we go. And now I can run over to the mall, and the bots will bring me the stuff I need for this build. But if there's a better way of getting that Logi request into my inventory, please do let me know. All right, while the bots bring us this stuff, we're going to have one fluid input. That's our only input. And 3 outputs here. Our casein output, our oxygen output, and our urea output. So that's 4 stations. So I don't think I can easily combine this with any other builds. It's just going to have to get set up over in its own spot. And then we'll just have to get the outputs and everything routed. I'm going to try to build this in a way that it's a little more scalable, because I think it's easy enough to scale up to more Corlex milk production, and from that, more casein production. So I want to have this build be set up in a way that, like, everything's in neat rows, and if I want to, you know, triple it up to that 1 a second, I can do so without really worrying about it. So we're gonna try to build it in a way that we can add the extra buildings to do this. And what that basically means is, whoops, not 3 a second. And not negative, that was a typo. Yeah, what that means is, like, making sure that we have spots sort of blueprinted in next to everything, right? We're going to blueprint in a second evaporator, make sure the plumbing all fits. We're going to just do all that. Yeah. Bots have brought me... Oh, we don't have centrifugal pans. All right, let's add those to the mall. And as always, when the bots can't bring me something, I'll add it to the mall for the future, but I'll just build it myself if I can. What do I need for this? Niobium plate. Ooh. Expensive. I'm not sure if I even have niobium plates in the bot Logi network. And then we need more titanium and more iron as well. How many of these do I need? Just 2. Okay. That's not so bad. Oh, and a little more steel. There we go. And let me just check this. Do we have... Oh, yes, okay, because we already have niobium pipes happening somewhere. Cool. I don't know where or how, but we are making niobium pipes and making them available to the Logi network. So... Cool. Oh, and we're still waiting for a couple other deliveries, I guess. Oh, I must have used those as prerequisite buildings for the centrifugal pans. Yeah, alright, there's the mixer. See if I can find the bot that's bringing me a washer. It'll be coming towards me, and it'll look yellow. That's... I may not be able to find it. It may already have gotten routed off to a charging station somewhere and be nowhere to be found. Yeah, I'm not sure where that bot is. Ooh, is it that lone one? Nope, that's taken me a barrel of some sort. Not sure. Oh, I got it. That's why I can't find it. All right. So let's pick a spot to do this build. Corlex milk is happening here. So it's real tempting to just do it right here, right next door, right? Kind of over at the edge of the map there. Do I have some radars so I can get myself radar coverage over there? No. What do I need for more radars? I need more circuits. Let's grab some more circuits on the way out of the base. Just so we can make some more radars. Ugh. And again, we'll get everything built up, and then we'll start kind of backtracking on what are the missing inputs to science, and go from there, figuring out what we need to what we need to improve on, what's broken, what's blocking, etc. All right, so the casein needs... We've just got our two fluid inputs, and everything else is outputs. And it's just a sequence of processing steps that are creating byproducts along the way before we finally get to what we want, which is also nice. So we're going to start at this end, and we're going to grab ourselves fluid drop-off. We're going to reconfigure this to request our two... That is not the right pump. This pump. We've got two input fluids here. And those are going to go into a mixer. Like I said, I want to try to do this in a way that's, like, extensible. So this is going to make casein mixture from the milk and the acetic acid. Yep. And we're going to start, like, right here. Well, here-ish, but yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, we are gonna have to do at least to here. Okay. Oh, they don't quite line up. That's okay. Okay. So top is acetic. Bottom is going to be the Corlex milk. We'll set our inputs. Okay. And then we're going to have, as our output, we have the mixture and we have wastewater. Wastewater needs to go into an evaporator and turn into urea, and wastewater is a very, very small quantity thing. So wastewater, I'm not concerned about the processing needing to really scale up, which is great. So we'll just like we'll do a solid pickup here. And the wastewater is going to come kind of up here into the evaporator. There we go. Something like that. And then because this is a byproduct, let me grab some more of these guys. Make this a high priority station so that if this is ever starting to fill up with urea, it'll get emptied. We're not expecting to make that much of it. I think even at max speed, this will do 3 1/3. So I'll drop 3 of these here. It's overkill. I don't think we'll ever be running this at max, even if I double or quadruple this build. But we'll do it anyway. All right. The next stage is the agitator for Casein Pulp Stage 1. So let's grab inputs here, our agitator. Stage 1. This is an awful, not there. Awful building. Flip that. So building more than one of these is going to kind of look like this. And then we're going to have the water needs to come in one side. From somewhere. The does that reach? Oh, it just barely reaches. Beautiful. That at least works out. And then that output to the next stage. Okay. And then water needs to be input to this from a place where... From a place where I can kind of... where I know it'll be safely out of the way of expanding these downwards. Because like I said, I do want to be able to potentially triple this. Which means even if we're thinking about tripling it, we need another one of these here. There we go. But with that like that, I think we might be able to get away with like a... with that. I think that'll be out of the way, even if we expand this further. All right. And then this has gotten some wastewater, but it's not a lot yet. Next stage. Oh, wait, no. Let's get the muddy sludge output sorted first. Muddy sludge output needs to come up to another, well, eventually to another solid pickup station. No, not to a solid pickup station. My bad. Fluid pickup station, because the muddy sludge is getting electrolyzed down to oxygen. I'm powering all of my oxygen across my whole base with, like, the oxygen output of electrolyzing muddy sludge, which is probably stupid, but it works so far. So this is potentially a bigger thing where we want to have room for... I've done this build like 30 million times. Let me find... Yeah. Here we go. The only issue is figuring out where do we want to make room for this build. And maybe... I mean, I think it's fine here, right? We have room here to grow horizontally kind of forever. So let's do it, like, here. We'll hook up the output from the oxygen. Backed, we'll do... there. Now, water here needs to go to a outfall. If I have space, and I do. And then this needs to be water input. All right. And that's oxygen out, that's water out. We just need to bring in the muddy sludge from here, which needs to come in through a top-up valve. And it comes through on a top-up valve so that if there's soil in the loop, we'll always burn through the soil in the loop before we... O is less than 80. We'll always burn through the soil in the loop before we start trying to electrolyze the new muddy sludge from here. And that should keep this from backing up. Should. Okay. That is that stage complete. Oh, and we need to power that. Next stage is centrifugal pans. Woohoo! Oh, this is a big one. Doing case and pulp, whatever the next stage is. Yep. Yep. Oops. Yeah, and I'm glad I left space, because these are big. Input here. Water. And power it. Does this reach? Of course not. That would be too easy. Pyanodons, why do you hate me? Okay, we'll do it No, not quite like that. There and there. There and there. Okay. And then these just output stage 2 pulp, which comes out again, pipe it all together. One more evaporator. And then we would have 2 of these if we scaled it up to 1 a second. Okay. Because these ones are running at 2/3 capacity. These ones that are only 2 machines. So we are tripling our usage even though we're only putting up 2 machines. That is not an error on my part in the ghosts. All right. And then that is the casein out, which is just one more. Hey! Love to see it. Shoot. And then up to 1 a second of this being output. Right now, only 1/3 per second, but that's fine. And there we go. That's casein. And then, yeah, there's lots of stuff that it wants me to build because it's all ghosted right now, but that's okay. We do go up to that 1 a second. Yeah, we still only need 1 washer and 1 electrolyzer, so I don't necessarily need this stuff ghosted. I would only need this if we went up to, like, significantly more. 3 a second, yeah. 4 a second. 5 a second. Yeah, 5 a second is when you get up to needing 3 electrolyzers. So we're not going anywhere near there. But this will certainly get us started. All right. So that just leaves Pi Science 2 left. Do I believe that that's really all that's left? Of course not. Have we managed to back up enough? No, we have not even managed to back up enough primers to... Okay. So yeah, we've got to fix where we're making phytoplankton to not depend on jerky. Jerky is just not made in large enough quantities frequently enough for all the places that we need it for phytoplankton. And we make phytoplankton all over the place. Well... four places, but like down here we have 8 phytoplankton farms, so like the jerky consumption has got to be bananas. So if we switch to doing phytoplankton off of tin grade 1, and it looks like right now we have 15 phytoplankton farms. So let's go to YAFC and let's figure this out. So if we want to make phytoplankton from tin, and we want to run all 15 of these at full power, tin ore, Tin grade 2 to tin grade 1. Okay. This is a whopping 4 tin ore a second. And we make tin ore... I'm pretty sure we mine it somewhere. But we also, I think, make it as a byproduct? I could be wrong about that. We definitely do mine it, at least. There's this mine here. But I think it also comes out of some processing somewhere. Yeah. Separation of tailings we make tin ore from. So we have tons of tin ore. So if I wanted to fork off, and maybe we don't even make this its own station. Well, we don't really have space where we're doing tin right now. I was wondering if it would be possible to output, just fork off tin grade 1, right? Because this whole belt is tin grade 1 right now. And wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be impossible to split off tin grade 1 to go somewhere else. And if I wanted to do that, I think I could. It's just a matter of finding where that somewhere else is that I could make the output station. And maybe it's just growing this up a little bit higher. Let's do that. Let's just output it from where we're currently making it. We'll figure out... And then we just have to go around to all the places that we're currently requesting phytoplankton, jerky for phytoplankton, and switch over to tin, which also shouldn't be that much of a challenge, because it is only a few places. We do have other sinks for jerky, so I'm not worried about the base backing up on jerky if I stop outputting phytoplankton. So I'm going to take these outserters up. Just because I want to do them consistently. Alright, and that leaves a little more room here for this to come down 1. And then priority output right. Alright, and now this is tin ore. This is a belt of tin grade 1, which we're going to go ahead... We're going to clear this section here and add another straight, because I don't have space for another station at the end of this section. It is full, unfortunately. And then right here, put the loop back on. Down here, we'll do a solid pickup. And this will be for the tin grade 1. We just have to route it out. Ooh. I'm not really sure if this can... Oh, I'm almost certain it can't saturate a full belt, but I don't know how much it makes. So I'm just going to do that. Cool. So that'll be spitting out tin grade 1 shortly. And it'll prioritize actually making tin plate over the tin grade 1, which might become a problem eventually. I don't think so. I think this is drastically overbuilt for our actual demand of, like, metallic tin. But just to be on the safe side. And then... yeah, I think we can just switch over all of our inputs where we're currently requesting jerky. We can start requesting the tin grade 1, and we can change which recipe we're using for the phytoplankton. So let's start with this one. You are going to make phytoplankton from tin. You are going to request jerky. No. Tin grade 1. Clear out the jerky. And that should pretty much just do the right thing. Let's see. The big place where we're going to need this is down where we make zips and zais. Those have a ton of phytoplankton machines and are probably the reason that we're out of jerky. So we'll switch those ones over as well. Yeah, over here. Tin grade 1. And change the recipes on all of these. There we go. And it's going to take a second for all of this to buffer, but, like, we have significantly more machines making tin than what that GAFC sheet, like, said we needed. So it might take a few minutes. Yeah, it's going to take a few minutes for this buffer to fill and for everyone to start getting their deliveries. But I think once they do, we will be in fine shape. Where else do we have phytoplankton? We have a couple here, and we have 4 up there. Okay. And that's going to be fish, and then our primers, I think, are those 2 remaining phytoplankton farms. Fish, yeah, this one's already broken, so we can just switch it over easily. And then up top, where we do the primers, and this will be the last recipe to change. It'll take a little while for all of this to, like, turn on, like I said. Oh no! That's not... Oh well. That's fine. We'll go through... Because this is only requesting, like, a stack at a time, because everything is low quantity here, quote-unquote, low quantity here. We do use a lot more Well, we're not going to use the jerky recipe anymore. Looking at YAFC here. Yeah, we're bringing in 0.4 tin a second, so a stack at a time is pretty aggressive. Same with the petri dishes, so I should probably set up a station control on this so that like petri dishes and tin grade 1 come in larger stacks. Should being the key word there. Oh yeah, I didn't double check my inserter filters on everything, did I? I'm an idiot. Okay, inserter filters here. Yes, needs to be changed. Down here, we probably have something similar, right? We should have outputs. Yes. And over here... No, this is direct insertion. Okay. All right. Cool. That's all fixed now. And this jerky, I guess I can just go drop off at animal processing just so that it gets resent to wherever it needs to be sent. Yeah. Something will do something with that jerky eventually. All right. How are we looking over here at the Nexlet mine? Have we gotten... We did get more meat again. You know, these do run on a lot of meat, so I'm not... Guess I shouldn't be too surprised that we're starting to run low, but it's still not ideal to see. All right, let's see. So this should be disabled, right? This shouldn't be getting any more deliveries. Yes, disabled by control behavior somewhere. Inserters, I think, are disabled by control behavior. Yeah. These ones will try to run. They can't right now because they're not getting phytoplankton, but we'll catch up on that. Over here, science here has stopped on solidified Sarcarus, and Sarcarus is stopped on native flora. Oh, because that's the inserter that disables? Waiting for source items. Oh, there's all fluorospalanin through here. How did this get jammed up? What did I... Oh! This never actually filters off fluorospalanin. It... Yeah. I made a mistake, is why it gets jammed up. Let's go fix it. Glad I caught that. Or it filters the fluorospalanin, but then there's nowhere for the fluorospalanin to go, is really the mistake that was made. Today is going to be a lot of this. It's going to be troubleshooting stuff that I made last week that I did wrong in various ways, and it's going to be finding bottlenecks, tweaking which recipes we use. All right. Yeah, that's bio crud. This will be jerky if there is any. This does not have its own output for fluorospalanin, so I've got to bring that over here is where the output is, it looks like. Or I need to just drop down another station, deal with it locally. I think that's what we're going to do. Solid pickup station right here. And then because fluorospalanin decays, the way I do this is I set up a biomass filter here, so that we'll only ever put biomass on the rails. We won't try to put fluorospalanin anywhere. And then because this is a byproduct, this is a high priority pickup. Okay. So that'll be that station. And now we just need to take, like, the output of this. All the way down here. There we go. So this will buffer the fluorospalanin in this warehouse until it fully decays to biomass, at which point it will end up in this warehouse and eventually put on rails and voided. All right. This should turn itself back on now. And let me just double check our decay paths here. Yeah, I think we're okay. The animal samples will decay back into plasmids, and those go back to here to become plasmids to feed animal samples again. Yeah, that's fine. And then if the Sarkarus decays, that becomes chitin. Chitin is sent down along the same output as the Logisci itself. Yeah, and it gets filtered off here into this thing. Okay. So I think that's fine. I think everything is working as intended here. So we should be able to just keep pumping out Logisci. Maybe not forever, but for a while. I guess we could also gate how much Logisci we want to buffer. I don't know. Maybe. And then we check, we have automation science over here. These are not getting planter boxes. Planter boxes probably aren't getting ash or something like that. I don't actually know where I make my planter boxes. Up here? Yes. No, it's bricks that we're short on. All right, so I still need to think about more bricks. And, oh, it is add break o'clock, according to Twitch. So we're going to let the ad run again. When we come back, we can do the PySci 2 build and gets the science pickup from Rails figured out. And then we'll just keep debugging and optimizing. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, we're back. Sorry about being away for a moment longer than the ad break actually was there. What am I looking at? Oh, this is DNA polymerase, and it's backing up because I missed an outserter. Okay, let's go fix that. Of all the stupid things to mess up. But that's good to see polymerase is running. And actually, hopefully this will start running sooner than later. Because this has such a small request threshold, this should be one of the first things to get its delivery of this stuff. In fact, it should already be considered an option. But we don't see any trains with a stop yet. I'm confused, and I don't like it. I don't like when I don't understand what Cybersyn is doing. Every once in a while, things don't get scheduled that I expect to be scheduled, and when it's such a black box that it is a challenge to debug those situations. These are fluid stations. All right, I do need to think about making more fluid trains then. We've seen that error pop up a couple of times, and more than once tells me that it's a real problem. So why are we not dispatching here? This has 7 stacks of stuff. That's fine. Over here, we're requesting 2 stacks total, 1 stack at a time, request threshold. A train is stuck because I made a mistake. After I changed this to be dual pickup, didn't fix that. I think this will resolve itself. Hopefully there's enough Corlex milk in here that this will be able to drain the acetic fully, and I think it will. We've got 40,000 here and only 17,000 in this tank. Yeah. It's going to take a while for that to happen, but it will be able to do that, so that's fine. Okay, but why, again, has this not gotten its delivery? Because, like, once this hits 20 stacks, it should be able to deliver to other stations, and that's fine. But I'm surprised that it hasn't picked up a delivery... That's still the same train? Yeah. I'm surprised it hasn't picked up a delivery already coming here. Like, it should be pretty actively trying to top this off, because there is enough available, right? Stack thresholds, yeah. Grade 1. 2 stacks. Did I accidentally pick, like, a recipe instead of the item? Oh, God. Yeah, this is the item. 2 stacks. Right, and that is what's down here. That's the signal that shows? Yes, that item stack. So why? Provide only at this end. This is obviously a requester chest because it has everything else it needs. I just want you to work. All right. Oh, and it's over 10 stacks, and I think 10 stacks should have been the threshold for this one. Okay, this one did get its delivery. Okay. Why did this one get its delivery? Minus 20, 10 there, that's fine. Did these ones get a delivery already? These ones got a delivery. Did fish get a delivery? Fish didn't get a delivery yet. Oh, it's probably prioritizing these ones because these ones want more. So it's choosing to wait and let that buffer enough to complete the bigger deliveries rather than doing the small deliveries first, which is not how I would have written the scheduler. Is that what it's doing? Is that how Cybersyn works? Okay, we need more fluid trains. Let's go to the mall. And we'll grab fluid trains, and we'll also, we'll grab the stuff to make fluid trains. And while we're here, we will also flip ourselves over to YAFC. What do I need here? I need shafts, and I'm going to need some other stuff. Shafts. Brakes and small parts. Brakes. Oh, and I made the wrong thing. What do I need? Lead and more steel. Okay. Steel, lead is down here somewhere. And more duralumin. All right. That is one more solid cargo wagon and 6 fluid ones, which should be more than enough. Okay. We'll drop those down. But first, let's do High Science 2. So we're going to do this based off of 2... whatevers. 2 research centers. We need moss. We need moss with stone. That's still a huge amount of flippin' moss. Zipper eggs are brought in remotely. Paragen we have to make on site. Subcritical water we will make on site. Not the biomass recipe, the other one. No. Yes, the hot air recipe. Artificial blood, biosamples we can bring in. Cytostatics we need to make. All of these are inputs for the cytostatics, so that's good. Solidified Sarkarus we also need to make on site. Everything here, native flora, we need to mine for. Good alien samples come in, casein comes in, arcod honey comes in, flavonoids we make on site. From seaweed. Yeah, that's fine. Plastic bar, glassware, mechanical parts. Okay. So this is our shopping list. There's quite a lot that we're bringing in here and quite a lot that's being built on site. So this is going to be a decent sized build. But let's grab our shopping list to a requester chest. Import that. Just realized that I accidentally had all of the things I needed for the casein still requested. Oops. Alright. Bots are gonna fill all this stuff up in our inventory. Let's see. Okay, so this did a delivery of tin here. And surely that means that, like, this one is soon. Okay, there's a train with it now. So yeah, something about the way that deliveries get prioritized for... Something about the way deliveries get prioritized to stations with lower request thresholds or something meant that we weren't getting the request here. Why? Oh, why? Oh, no! Okay, I need to go fix that. I'm an idiot. Shoot. Yeah, because I routed both of these. This has to go. I routed both of these through the same, like, channel here, up the middle. And that is not gonna work. These have to be separate networks. Alright. That should do it to isolate these, and then I'm gonna have to fix this train that wants plasmids and is half full of primers. I'll do 24 of those, so there's an even number of them. And we're gonna need a few more. So what do I need to do to make these? I need inductors and a little bit of soil. Okay. Inductors are down here. And I can usually just grab soil from here. Okay. Let's go fix that train. Hopefully I can, like, temporarily manually drive it to the right station to pick up. Or something. Alright. First of all. Next. Take you to manual. Okay. Hopefully that'll do the right thing. Where's that train even going? Oh, on a U-turn. Interesting. Wait. No! Oh, okay. No, we're okay. It's like, yeah, I got enough stuff. We're okay. Let me just double check in primers with the tin. Oh, we need more phytoplankton. Shoot. I didn't account for this when I rebuilt everything to tin. The recipes make different amounts. It'll be easier to show this in game. This is 10 phytoplankton in 10 seconds, so 1 a second. Tin is 10 phytoplankton in 15 seconds. So we 50% more phytoplankton farms everywhere. So we need 4 more down here. We need 1 more here. And we need 2 more here. So that's 7. Here, we're using only a fraction of 1 anyway. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. All right, so we're going to need... I'll make it a different section just so I don't lose track that this is special. Seven more phytoplankton farms. All right. I'm not... I guess we should just fix that now. While I'm thinking about it. The bots should have 7 farms available for me. Yes, they do. So I don't think this is going to be much of an issue. Apparently several of these are coming from storage. 5, 6, 7? 7. All right. Hopefully, that's all we needed there to get everything turned back on at the scale it should be with the switch of phytoplankton over to tin. This is wrong and bad, though. There's really... I'm just not having good luck with trying to keep these watered, am I? That'll do. It'll have to do. Okay. And, oh, right, we need to drop off all these trains we built. Let's do that, because it's on the way down to where fish and... This one? No, next one. On the way down to where the fish and the zips and zis are being made. We can drop off our trains. Cybersyn, run. Cybersyn, run. Cybersyn, run. And last one. There we go. That is... Is this still that same? Yeah. Should be getting closer. Slowly but surely draining. Maybe I should deal with this separately. Yeah. I'll fix that. I guess I can fix it. I'm on my way down there anyway, so... May as well get it fixed. Alright, fish I think are right over here. Maybe. Yes. So these just need one more. Done. And we can get this train unblocked from here easily enough with one pump and one tank. And then we just reverse that. And eventually that tank will be emptied, and I may or may not notice it and remember to pick it up. But at least it's unstuck. Down here, at Zips and Zis, we need another... Another 4 of those. Oh, I did not get... There we go. Output. So that should keep this system running. Not that it was ever... The Adels are... Oh my god. Yeah, these guys aren't a problem. And then I guess I don't make the Zippier eggs here, do I? I made that build someplace else. Oh no, maybe I do make them here. Oh, yeah, they just come up top. Alright. Oh, lots of Zippier eggs. Love to see it. Okay. That's fine. And that should be all the places that I needed to drop more of those. Yes. Done. Alright. How are things doing up here? Are primers actually running? Do we believe them to be running? We get our 10th Petri dish. And in theory, have enough phytoplankton, and then we spit out one little primer. Yep. Alright. They are running. It's gonna take a long time to get a stack of them. You know, these are running at like one every, what? %70%? Oh, whatever. Sure. So it's 0.14, give or take, a second. But it's a quarter of that, because that's what all this is scaled to, is running effectively 2 of these machines, each at 1/8 scale. So a quarter of 0.14 is 0.03 per second or something like that. Gonna take a hot minute. Why are you stopped? No fuel. But why? These aren't running. Why are these not running? They don't have anthracene. We don't have anthracene because it's not quite overflowing. Okay, so something pulled anthracene from the system briefly. And that's okay. Like, it'll start overflowing again shortly. Naphthalene should be overflowing, though. Yep, and these are both running. Aromatics, yeah, this is kind of stopped at its threshold around that 200,000 as we expect. Gasoline is sitting around. Diesel. Yeah, my liquid fuels are just not keeping up. Yeah, we've got 11,000 diesel. That's not enough for a train load. Gasoline in various states of disrepair. Tall oil. Yeah, this processing is running, like, kind of continuously. And again, you know, we overflow the aromatics into diesel. And the tall oil itself is available as a fuel, but only when it's backed up enough. So, like, everything seems like it's running that makes me liquid fuels, just not enough, right? Yeah, this is all running. Bitumen processing. Which gives us... Yeah, we burn off excess coke oven gas, that's fine. Naphtha's fine. PTX is fine. Petroleum gas is fine. So yeah, all this stuff is doing fine. This tar extractor... Yeah, I mean, we're even using all of our tar. This tar extractor is sitting, like... And if I find coal gas... Yeah, these are running, and the tar output is drained. So... if I want more liquid fuels, I'm going to have to bring in a lot more of something. Probably just set up another... Basically duplicate this for another 100 per second tar processing, and then find a, you know, a raw coal patch and set up some coal to tar and coal gas, right? But I mean, as long as it's not so backed up that it's going to stop us from making science, I guess I don't have to worry too much about it. Oh, yep, and this turned back on, so it got a delivery of fuel. And some of these things could just still be, like, buffering, right? Like, we make so much... Or we only consume so much antimony, and all these oxygen furnaces use a lot of fuel, but only for so long. Oh, no, no, no. These are solid fuel. I was looking at the wrong fuel anyway. I wonder if we need more fiber. I did double fiber, but like, it's still not doing great. So yeah, we might need more fiber on rails as well. We might have to, I don't know if we can double, well, I don't think we can fit much more around where the build currently is, so we may have to try to take this to another place, or stop using fiber as our ashless fuel everywhere and come up with something better. That is also an option. Okay, let's get this PyScience 2 build done. I know it's not quite gonna turn on yet. That's okay. This is doing fine here. Yeah, we'll eventually end up with a full stack of the DNA polymerase here, and that'll get shifted over here. I could belt these together, realistically, but the DNA polymerase is used for other things, which is why I decided they should be separate stations. But I think we can do PySci2 right off of here and have all of our kind of drop-off stations for the various intermediates pretty close by each other. So that will be the plan today. Yeah, right over here and up. So I need to think about how I want to split up the various ingredients into different stations, and how those stations are gonna feed the intermediate assemblers. Because this does have a bunch of inputs. So, back at Pi 2 tab, the final thing is these 2 research centers, and these are going to be pulling in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 inputs. 2 of which are fluid, but still 9 solid inputs. And most of those come from Rails, right? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 6 things that come from Rails. And those are all in reasonably small quantities. So I think, as far as that goes, we'll do a solid pickup, and this will be the very end of this, basically. This is where everything ends up. And then if we do a solid drop-off next... So this is where we're going to do the actual science. So 2 research centers, Pi Science 2. And then we can feed in most of our inputs here. We do need to do, yeah, the fluid inputs are up there. That's fine. Maybe we do them on the sides or even in the middle here. This is an awkward, like, 2-block center. So we'll have to figure out... Which I guess works out, right? Because we can bring our inputs like this. And then here, our request threshold is 1. And what are we bringing in? We're bringing in Zippier eggs at 2 stacks total. We're bringing in good alien samples. We're bringing in casein. And again, I need to go through and look at all the ratios of everything, and some of these things we're going to want to bring in larger quantities, etc. But just right now, to get everything started, we're doing minimal amounts of everything. Glassware and mechanical parts. All right. And that's a grand total of, like... It's a grand total of, like, 6 items a second. Well, split between the 2 is, like, 3. But some of that is... Most of that is moss. I don't know. I'll just use these and call it a day. Okay. And then our remaining inputs are the solidified sarcoras, the paragen, and moss. Moss is going to come in here. Yeah, and these each use 2.2 moss a second, which is a lot of flippin' moss. All right. That's fine. Oh, of course that doesn't reach. Why would that reach? That would be easy. Okay, so that'll be moss coming in, and then we're also going to need to have our solidified sarcoras and paragen looping, and that'll be a sushi belt, and those will feed in. You know, you can see our total input for those is tiny. So we can get away with just one inserter. And then this is a pretty standard sushi belt. where we do need to filter out any chitin. Otherwise, it's input priority left. It'll loop. We bring in both things from here, I guess. And let's finish this. Just so that the trains can get out. I kind of forgot I had plugged that in. Okay. And then I didn't really leave a good spot to get the outputs out of these, did I? Will this reach if I do this? That does reach across. Okay. Beautiful. Love it. There we go. That'll be science out. So now all I really have to do, we've got our two fluid inputs, right, which are Arcod honey and flavonoids. Arcod honey is just just shipped in. Flavonoids is coming in on, well, one of these stations. We need to bring in Yadles and turn them into flavonoids, but do that somewhere. All right, fluid drop off. This will be for the Arcod honey. That's our only fluid in, I think. Yes. Well, no. No, it's not. Shoot. How long have I been sitting on this instead of on the screen? I'm sorry. Arcod honey is in. Flavonoids we're making. Muddy sludge we make on site. And I forgot to grab the stuff I needed for that. We're also bringing in artificial blood, Decalin. Depolymerized organics we make on site. From manure. All right, so our fluid inputs are Arcod honey, artificial blood, and Decalin. Okay. And let's clear that stuff out of the way. So we have 1, 2, 3. Arcod honey. Artificial blood. And Decalin. All right. And then here, our requests will be the same. Arcod honey. Artificial blood. And Decalin. Okay. Now, the Arcod honey is this one. Okay. So all that this is waiting for is the good alien samples, which we expect because, like, primers. Which are running just slowly, I hope? Yep. They are running just slowly. And it does look like we're about to start backing up to the point where we might have some end up on rails. So that's fine. And then what's actually our ratio on these? Okay, it's 1 primers to 1 good alien sample. So we'll only get like a stack out of these. And because of what sits on the belts in my station design, we're actually going to need 2 stacks of primers to be delivered here before we end up with enough output to actually turn this on. All right. That's fine. Let's get Moss done and out of the way. I know it's like the least complicated part of this build, but I just want it done. Output, inputs. Uh-oh. I messed something up with my pipes here. Ah, that's gross. All right. Fixed. And then up here... Oh, and I think we actually want to bring in CO2. So let's actually do the CO2 down at the other end. Because I think we want to bring in CO2. And that's going to mean tweaking this. Yeah, because how much CO2 do we use? 30 a second? If I wanted to do the CO2 on site, what does that look like? Moondrop CO2, 30 a second. Oh, it's only one Moondrop machine. Yeah, never mind. We'll do it. We'll do it here. I probably don't even have to... Oh, I can build it. I don't have the Moondrop modules, but at least I can build the machine. And then the other thing we need to hook up is the muddy sledge. changed my mind again. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to take this back through in the most direct way. Do that there. And then we can do our muddy sludge making up here. That's 2 washers and 2 soil extractors, which I can actually make somehow. Don't know how that happened, but not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Okay. Washer, making muddy sludge. Water in and in. Water, water, soil for these. Did I not get enough moss? Oh, I didn't get enough moss because we only had the moss modules for 23, and then I said, oh, I want to make 24. And I didn't actually get the modules for them, which is my bad. Okay. So these just need now, well, they're going to need their CO2, obviously. They'll end up with muddy sludge shortly. And they're going to need rocks in. Which are going to come up here, across, down. That'll be for stone in. Then actually get rid of these up the middle. I'm not going to need them anymore. Okay, that's better. I forgot to hook up. Yep, and now we have too much decalin. But as soon as we have a use for it, this train will be out of the way. So that's okay. That just means we need to get the cytostatics build going. Alright. Twitch is telling me that it's going to be ad break o'clock in about a minute, which is just fantastic. Let's get a solid station here. And we'll get stone requested on this. And then whatever else we need to do, we can do that after the break. So this will be our stone input. That's a little bit over 5 items a second, which, like, kind of inclined to do here. Anyway, it's the ad break, and when we come back from that, we'll get stone wired in and we'll finish this build. See everyone in just a few minutes. All right, we've got about a minute left on the ad break, but while we're waiting to make sure everyone has returned, we can go ahead and get the rest of this hooked up. This is just going to be the stone in belt for moss. Yeah. Has that request been issued? Yes, it has. Just going to take a second for delivery, which is fine. And then over here, we've got several things already brought in, and only a couple things left, actually. Alright, Twitch is telling me the ad break is fully over. We just got our first delivery of stone here, which is excellent. We will have, well, more requests to do in the meantime, obviously, but I think I think we want to get cytostatics going. And alongside that, Paragen. So I think the way I'm going to do this is we're going to have a solid drop-off station here. Let's see. YAFC says cytostatics are a gene lab and Paragen is an incubator. Okay. So, gene lab for cytostatics. Incubator for Paragen. And then a burner for... Oh, I didn't account for heat when I did my shoot. Fortunately, I can build a couple of these. Burner for heat. All right. So these guys are going to have a couple of inserters. This is going to be filtered to fiber. I don't know if anything else that's coming into this is flammable, and I don't want to find out. All right, Paragen. And this one will be cytostatics. And we also need the artificial blood coming in here. Okay. So let's start getting our requests for what we need. For the cytostatics, we need plastic bars, glassware, plasmids, and sea sponge. Plastic bar, plasmid, glassware, and sea sponge. And then on top of that, to make the Paragen, we need cotton guts and biosamples. That's a stud. Cotton guts. Biosamples. All right. Quest threshold is 1. So... yeah, so this has like 0.66, 1.3-ish total items a second, so whatever. And then here, we actually have quite a bit because of the... yeah, we'll do like 3 of these. Oh, and I missed... we're going to have to add one more thing to this after all. Unfortunately. Is we need to bring in hot air. Okay, that's fine. Hot air. We're going to need that for the subcritical water here. Okay, let's get Decalin and artificial blood routed where we want them. And where we want them is, I mean, down here. This is going to stink no matter what, I think. That just doesn't go there, huh? Alright. Alright, Decalin. And then the artificial blood. Needs to come right here. And then we'll also need hot air for subcritical water. I'll deal with that in a minute. Let's get our inputs to this going. Oh, and I need fiber for fuel. I forgot fiber. Jay Drifter, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Let me get you on the Wall of Fame. And I also need more pipes, so I may as well head back, yeah, now to the base. I'll get you on the Wall of Fame. We'll grab more pipes. Do I currently have plastic bars in my inventory? No. Let's see. Pipes. Pipes. There we go. Oh god. Stop trying to bring me things. And then down here to the Wall of Fame. There we go. Make your name slightly less piratey. Oh, thank you very much for the sub one more time. Oh, and while I'm at the Wall of Fame, anyone who is a follower that's not on the Wall of Fame, if you followed when I wasn't streaming, or if I missed you and you want to be on the Wall of Fame, you can always let me know. Either on Twitch, in a YouTube comment, on Blue Sky, on Discord, kind of any of the ways you can get in touch with me, and I'll get that fixed. I'll get you on the wall. Because I'm sure that I have missed people. Okay. And what's going on? Oh, that's hilarious and terrible. Let me... guess we're gonna have to do this for now. Just enough. And then we can do that. Or that needs to stay powered, sorry. And hot air needs to be also... don't over-dispatch hot air, please. Artificial blood, we haven't gotten a delivery of, and that worries me. Has my artificial blood build just been broken this whole time for some reason? No, we have lots of it. Okay. We just haven't decided that that's a priority yet, I guess. That's fine. As long as it's not broken, I'm fine with, I'm fine with CyberSyn taking its time getting it scheduled. Okay. So, we need to make the subcritical water for the Paragen. Subcritical water is made from... It's made in a heat exchanger out of hot air and pressurized water. Okay. Heat exchanger. And pressurized water is just a pressure pump. And I need to bring some water into it. Let's go over here. All right. And then we need cytostatics out. All right, and this is coming up to temp. It doesn't have artificial blood yet, but this will output Paragen, which is one of our two kind of one of our two missing science ingredients. I actually could run this whole thing off of Paragen. If we go look in YAFC, we can see that Paragen 1 spits out some solidified Sarkarus all on its own. But 2, it actually spoils into solidified Sarkarus, as I recall. So we could just not build more Sarkarus here. And, like, looking at how much we need... Yeah, what if we don't? What if we just don't? We get rid of solidified Sarkarus there. We make up the rest with Paragen spoiling. Yeah, we need like 10% more. 0.0014 a second. So we just end up making 10% more Paragen instead of making Sarkarus. How do we feel about that? I don't think it simplifies the build a lot. Like, we don't need to do the depolymerized organic or the manure. We still need to bring in flavonoids from Yadels. Oh, we don't have to deal with native flora. That's a huge spoilage source, is native flora. I'm inclined to make the build simpler and do this with the spoiling to make the Sarkarus we need. I think that's the way to do it. All right. Now. Yeah, this is coming up to temp. That's fine. We want to... disable this when we have enough... Each of these recipes takes 1. Okay. How did I do this for these guys? Each recipe takes 1 Sarkarus. There's 3 machines, so I said keep 6 of them. Each of these recipes takes 1. There's 2 machines, so we want to have 4 of them. All right. Read, hold all belts. And we are going to disable this when... Sorry, enable when Paragen is less than 4 up in here. First Paragen! All right. We're so close. We're so close. Oh, and we got our artificial blood. Excellent. Yeah, and this is also going to spit out some Sarkarus. And otherwise, we just have to wait for some of the Paragen to spoil to kind of keep up with the Sarkarus balance. And I'm hoping that'll work out and that, like, the decay ratios aren't just going to eat my face. All right, we need a solid, not a drop-off, a pickup here, because we do still have a potential chitin byproduct that we need to take care of. So we'll put this here. And we'll take the chitin off here. And this will be in extremely low quantities, so 1 gray inserter should be enough. High priority, because it's a byproduct output. Okay. What else do we need? We need the moss to turn on. And the moss has not turned on. Okay, I need moondrops. Yeah. Here, let's add whatever requests we need. We need 16 moondrops. Oh, and we still need to do the flavonoids, right? Yeah, we haven't done flavonoids. From Yadles coming in. Okay. And I can't really do that here. I could do it on site with the Yadles and add another fluid to this station. But, like, this is already turning into spaghetti. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. We're going to add 1 more segment here so that I can drop another station. And we'll deliver the Yadles and do flavonoids on site right here. How's primers going? Primers are stopped because we don't have petri dishes, which is still the glass situation. Glass is this one. Glass is running. Okay, this is finally going to start buffering here. This is backing up at least. And that'll make a lot more glass available for, like, all of these things. It looks like we actually ran out of glass at some point, which is not good. Yeah, we might need to figure out more pure sand and more glass capacity here, which is just bonkers, but it is what it is. Yeah, glassware's slowly buffering. These are slowly buffering. So, like, it's just... as we turn things on, There's just a lot of demand for certain products, and it's gonna take a little while for things to rebuffer. Okay. We're gonna have a solid drop-off here. This just requests one thing. This station only wants one thing, and it's disgusting. Yadels. Those get fed into a biofactory, which I should have on hand, yes. To make flavonoids. And it also needs seaweed in, which it looks like I have 4 seaweed factories running off of, okay, just water. So these at least are the easy recipe. Water. And I might need to actually do some work to get water over here. A little bit here. Okay, that'll work. And power. All right. So that'll be as soon as we get our Yadel delivery, and there should be one en route already. It is. That'll be the flavonoids, and that comes out here. Oh, and cotton guts, more cotton guts, are going to come into here. Okay, so this is working. If we open this, we've made casein, we've made paragen. If we check what the milestones are expected to show us, we're going to make our first... We're still waiting for good alien samples. We'll make our first flavonoids, and then we will make the first Pi Science 2. Some of these other things I didn't end up needing to make, and I'm not totally sure why that is. If I just ended up doing some things in a weird or hard way, which is always possible, or if things are different because hard mode. I think some of it's different because hard mode. This is not a hard mode specific. Oh, I need to deal with, split. Actually, just split here. And only the science pack goes this way. Otherwise, any decayed paragen or sarcarus will get looped around and filtered out. Okay. I think this build is good. We're just waiting for oh, and I need more moss too. We'll ask for 15 of those. Okay. I think that's the only stuff that I need here. So now it's just a matter of waiting for this system to, like, okay. So, like, I'm seeing how quickly we're burning through these cotton guts, and I want to fix this. So cotton guts, 1, we're going to go up to, like, requesting 10 stacks at a time. And that means that we need to set up a, cybernetic combinator here in station control mode. And if I grab a constant combinator, which I don't have the stuff for, I just need copper though. All right, let me go grab copper. But we're going to have to just sort of be on the keep our eyes open, be on the lookout. Be on the eye out, yeah. Be on the lookout for any of these things where, like, we just need to set different thresholds for cotton guts, right? Like, I'll actually do this. We'll do 15 stacks. I think everything else here is pretty low quantity. Like, we might want to do something with the primers. But it's the cotton guts that are really at a, like, order of magnitude different from everything else, right? This is requesting at least 900. So, yay. So that means that our request increase worked correctly, but I don't know if our threshold did. I'm trying to think of where I have custom thresholds set up, because I always forget if it needs to be... $10 or like 1,000 here. I guess I'm going to set it to 10 and we'll see if we get a tiny train load. And if we don't, then we know that 1,000 is correct, or that it is correct. Yadles are, oh, helps to have the inserter around the right way. Alright, and there's flavonoids, however it's supposed to be pronounced. Alright, so, well, these are waiting for moss. Oh, and they're waiting for moss because they need CO2, because I need to go get the modules for that. That's fine. And other than that, the only thing we're waiting for is the good alien samples, which are waiting for primers. Which, like, is fine, I guess. It's kind of hilarious to me. We actually seem to have gotten past these being our limiting... Well, no, we still only have, like, a stack of them around. I'm not sure if we've gotten past these being our limiting factor, but certainly we're currently more limited by glass. And that's fuel. Fuel is the issue. Yeah, I think we're going to have to get more liquid fuel running. Which is unfortunate, but I think duplicating this won't be too much of a challenge. Like, we can literally just copy and paste this whole build, like, anywhere we want, right? Doink! And then, wherever I decide I want to drop that I have space for a build that big, which is, I guess down here? Yeah, let's do it down there. I'm going to paste that down, and then we're going to see how much... we'll see what my requests, what I need to request as far as buildings to actually construct it. So we're going to drop off. Going to be one of these. One of these. Then we line this up with the... There we go. It's going to take a minute for the bots to get all this built, of course. And we're going to have a lot of, entities that we need. Especially all the buildings. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 21 destructive distillation columns, 6 tar thingies, tar processing units. Wrong button, sorry. What did I say I needed of these? 21. Tar processing units, 6. We're going to need a bunch more. Well, we're going to need rail. We're going to need power. We're going to need a bunch of stuff for that. That's fine. Yeah, most of this is just going to be the normal stuff that we request, right? Oh, we need one more tar processing unit. 7 tar processing units. We're going to need a bunch of pipe. We're going to need a bunch of belt. We're going to need 5 boilers. And then the other thing we're going to need to do is, if I find coal here, this recipe. So this is 10 coal in 3 seconds. And we want to do 15 coal a second. We want to do a belt, right? So we need 5 more DDCs to do this recipe. So we'll add those as well. And we will set up that coal to everything else. And we need one more something with that. If we look here, coal gas to syngas with the gasifier. And I guess we just need one gasifier. How much does each of this recipe make? Let's do this in YAFC, honestly. Sorry. This will be easier. I could see all the side products a little bit easier. So we're going to make coal gas from coal. We're going to consume 1 belt. All right, and we want to be able to turn the coal gas into syngas. Okay, so that's 4 gasifiers. But this makes a huge amount of tar. we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outputs and 1 input. All right. And yeah, so we're going to need 4 gasifiers for this scale. Okay. All right, let's head up to base and grab everything that we're going to need for this. So we got to finish building that second tar processing spot, and then also this coal to everything else processing. And then I don't actually have like a permanent syngas sink, but right now I'm not keeping up with aluminum production in the base, I happen to know. So I'm not worried about overflowing on coal gas and thus syngas yet. But it is something, obviously, to think about long term, is what that's going to look like for us. Yeah, what do I need to make more stations? Steel. And iron plate. All right. Plenty of stations, plenty of combinators, plenty of constant combinators. I think this is just looping the same, like, 7 or 8 of these, whatever, that I have here, which isn't enough to actually make a whole primer. So it's just looping them over and over and over. Yeah, and these are 10 to 1 or 10 to 0.7. So yeah, we need a lot of stacks of petri dishes to be delivered before this will actually spit out what we need there. And to get those stacks of petri dishes, we need fuel. So we're gonna have to do some of this. Stop making small parts. Let's get these DDCs built, because the bots don't make them fast enough. Oh, and now it says there's 8 on the way. Of course. I overbuilt. That's fine. I'm actually going to bump this request up to 30. Let the bots leave some extra ones, just in case I miscounted or whatever. We need to probably grab landfill. That's being delivered very slowly. Pipes we might be okay on, even though we don't technically have how many we request. All right. Yep, it's just the bulk items that we're waiting to catch up on now. All right, what else can we check while we're waiting here? We know primers are broken, which is keeping good alien samples broken. Otherwise, this seems like it's working. I mean, it's wasting stuff. I should turn it off. Oh no, this is making way too many. What did I do? What did I set you? Paragen less than 4. I missed a connection somewhere. Good to hear. It's good to hear. It's not good to... Eh? Oh! There we go. Now you're disabled by control behavior. Oops. Well... That's bad. I mean, it's a bunch of stuff, but it's not, like, thousands of items, right? So I'm not gonna worry overly about it. Let's manually grab some more landfill. There we go. Just because the bots are taking too long, and I think we otherwise have everything we need. So let's drop this tar processing off. Then we will build some coal processing, pulling in a whole belt of coal. And then hopefully this will help our liquid fuel situation a little bit, at least. It's not going to be, you know, the be-all, end-all of liquid fuels forever, but it should at least be able to help with the overall build. Yeah. Because this is going to make 111 tar a second from that belt of coal. Once I get all that hooked up. So, yeah, that is worth doing for sure. Oop, and we didn't quite get enough. That's fine. Well, it's not really fine. Oh, we're out of undergrounds too. All right, we're going to have to come... We're going to have to do a little more shopping back at base. But let's get the... Yeah, let's get everything built that we can get built. And then... 5. Here's where it should line up? Yes. Here we will do coal to coal gas and tar and syngas and everything else. All right, solid drop off. And our request is gonna be coal. Just keep the buffer filled. And then outputting from this is a whole belt of coal. That feeds into 5 DDCs. Doing this thing. Let's not pack them tightly because that's just never going to work. Yeah, we've got coal gas and tar and There we go. All right, there's coal gas. So coal gas and tar are both liquid outputs, and then we also have a grand total of 9.5 items per sec. Ugh, that's such a pain. Yeah, we have 9.5 items per second, and these are all 3 items in. Okay, so that's 2 of these. And then output, how do I want to do this? I almost want to do like... There we go. That's an even belt. And we'll have 1 solid pickup here. Coke. And another solid pickup, which will end up being the... Oh, and all of these need to be high priority, right? Because, like, technically anything that's not tar is a byproduct here. Because that's the primary thing that we want out, is we want the tar out because we want it as fuel. That is the whole reason we're building this thing. All right, and then this will be iron oxide out, which is just 1 gray inserter. Okay. So coke, iron oxide. We're going to have tar and coal gas. Tar and coal gas, not necessarily in that order, but in fact probably in exactly the opposite of that order, just because of where the pipes are right now. But all right, tar, and then coal gas. You gotta figure out here somehow. Okay, and there's coal gas. And both of these also need to be high priority. Well, not the tar. The tar is the main output. Coal gas is high priority. Get it out of the way. And then the other thing we need to do is have the step to turn coal gas into syngas. And then I just realized that I didn't leave enough space for an output for ash on this. Because the syngas is going to have the syngas output, and it's also going to have an ash output. So let's add one more straight section. Oh, and I should hook this up. So we'll at least start getting, oh, no, we won't. No, I can't make any of that. Okay. So this is coal gas, and then if we grab an overflow valve, I greater than 80, yep. We can bring this right down here. We have another fluid pickup and solid pickup. Fluid pickup. And solid pickup. We're going to need to grab a lot more of these 40k LPI tanks, which I guess is not surprising because there's a lot of stations down here. All right, and then 4 of these gasifiers. What do these have as their inputs and outputs? I want you making syngas. Guess we do you like, well, not quite there. There. All right, so that's the syngas in, or the whatever, coal gas input. Pump here. Syngas output. And we're gonna need a water in. Sure, that's fine. And we have a tar output that needs to get routed up to this one? This tar? Yeah, that's tar. Okay. So I think... Oh, and we need our ash output from all of these. That's important. And, like, maybe power. How much ash does this make? 1.2 a second. All right, that's like 3 gray outserters. Oh, and it is once again ad break o'clock. Boy, the time is flying today. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. While the ad is running, I'm just going to run up to the mall and restock on all these missing pieces so we can finish this build. So hopefully when you come back, most of these ghosts will be filled in. Other than that, I think we're still pretty much waiting on primers to figure themselves out, and I may have to make some more changes, but hopefully once we get this second fuel production up and running, we'll be in a better place. If this is the last fire I have to put out, we'll have Pi-Sci 2 very, very soon. All right. And those of you who don't get ads are going to get to watch me stand around and refill my inventory from the bots, which I know is not the most exciting content, but... let's see. Oh, that's... Oh, vaguely helpful. All right. Oh, I missed a tar thingy. Oh, 1, don't request that stuff again. 2... don't need you. I do need 1 tar processing unit. What else is down here that I'm missing? 5 of those. And then over here, 6, 12, 18. So we need like 23 of them. All right. So we'll request a few extra tanks. 40 KL, we'll grab an extra 5 of those. And yeah, is glass still, well, it's running right now, but I assume it's still generally fuel limited. Yeah. Yeah, we're already out of fuel for this. So we are definitely need this increased fuel production capacity that this these couple of stations are going to give. The other thing I might want to think about doing is expanding not syngas, but here this can only sink like a belt of coke a second, and we're going to be getting a lot more coke now from a second tar processing setup. So expanding this to be able to do 2 belts will get us more tar looping through and more more tar looping through the system from voiding the coke, as well as, you know, not blocking up the new tar production that we just built. All right, Pi tanks are still coming. Oh, and if we're going to do that, that's 4 more destructive distillation columns. So let's grab those. 4 on the way. 3 of these on the way. Could I make some of those? Yes. Help the bots out a little bit. All right, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around. We're just kind of still waiting for the bots to fill up our inventory. And, yeah, once that is done, and I think we're pretty much done, I can actually go with this. This is enough. I want to do something before I forget, because it's not, well, I don't have anything on my to-do list right now. I'm doing, we're in the fixing the bugs phase of turning on a big build. But up here, I had moondrops that I needed to drop off. Like that. Alright, and that should get this build turned on. This is, I mean, we still don't have the good alien samples, so moss is not the be-all, end-all of what this needs. But it'll help. And now, we need more trains. Cool. I'll have to get that going. Think about that. Yeah, these are all tanker trains. Okay. I expected when we turned everything on and started to try to make science on rails that we would see train capacity become an issue, and I'm not surprised that this is what we're seeing. Ooh, a couple of combinators. All right. Oh, I don't think we care about that part. Oop, and I'm already out of undergrounds again. Lovely. Yep, okay. We're gonna have to get more undergrounds. But I think we hook up all of these. We're otherwise good here. So this just needs, yeah, a bunch of coal delivered to it. And it will start doing what it needs to do there. I can grab some stacks of iron, I guess. Yeah, I'll grab a few stacks of iron and... What was this flashing at me? Oh, this is the other thing I wanted to change, though. So let's fix this while I'm thinking about it. Is... remove our request here. It won't take long for all of this coal to flush its way through, I don't think. But we want to change this to basically double our throughput. So instead of one belt of coke out, we want to be able to do 2. Just realized that I did not really copy and paste everything that needed to be copied and pasted there. Okay, and we don't have all the undergrounds we need for this, obviously. Okay, let's grab a faster unload station. Just to here, I think. Oh, and actually, no, we could do this. We could do this. Yeah. Because I wasn't thinking. We can actually run all these off of one belt instead of two because we can stack it. So all of this goes away. Just like that. Now this can request Coke. Add a whole thing. And this won't quite be able to run the stacked belt, just because we're gonna need, well, the underground pipes, right? A bunch of these are they're all gonna block up, in fact. But this, once I finish fixing this, will help with the extra capacity that we need for, yeah. This is blocked on tar out. Oh, yep, because I missed a pipe right there. Whoops. Yeah, let's grab iron plates so that I can make a bunch of underground pipes, and then we will get everything else done, and hopefully this doesn't quite double our liquid fuel production because we have other liquid fuel sources than tar processing, but like it is a huge boost to our liquid fuel production. And then I think we're going to have to probably make some more trains again. Because the train situation has been blinking for a long time. Like, if every once in a while the trains blink at me, that's not, like, the end of the world. But when they are fully blinking for this long, I start to worry about them. I thought there were still some pipes around here that didn't... There we go. Were those the last ones? Maybe. Nope. Here we go. Yeah, and then we've got coke and iron oxide coming out. Beautiful, along with tar and coal gas. Coal gas ends up in here, where it will eventually be overflowed to syngas somewhere. Yep. And then ash here. Cool. I think this is just running at this point. Needs a little bit more coal to be delivered, but that'll come. And then over here, this is probably waiting for tar. Yeah. No, it has tar. Ooh. Time to play the Why Is It Broken game. Ah! I never hooked up water in. Means we don't have steam production. There we go. That should be able to turn on the tar cracking now. Let's fix some radars while we're out here. Just because it needs to be done. There we go. Radars. All right, yeah, still dropping off lots of coal. Fantastic. So this makes a little over 100 tar a second, which will basically be the tar to power this thing. And then this will dump out a bunch more coke, which is why we now have the extra capacity to liquefy coke here, although this is fully backed up on... Ah, I see, yep. When I redid this, this belt came out and broke where the tar output hooked up. It's good to know my fixes are also breaking things. It's not Factorio if it doesn't feel Sisyphean. Okay. And then, yeah, we pretty much just want to do like this, I think. All right. That should help with this. This makes 32 syngas a second, potentially. And a little bit less. 30, I guess. Okay, so we need another gasifier here as well. Can I make that? Yes. Ugh. Okay, I can still make a few more. I'm just like right on the edge of out of stuff again. I'm trying desperately to get everything here connected without having to without having to go make more of anything. And maybe not there. Let's do on the top side of blue. Yeah. All right. These should now both be able to run. This can flush all the coal gas now from this system when it has to out to syngas. But again, I've had plenty of demand for coal gas. I have a big ol' aluminum mine here that is always in desperate need of coal gas. So I'm not too worried about coal gas and syngas backing up just yet, but I want to make sure that we can like actually handle fully that yeah, and then it's really like only 2 outserters per lane here, but I do 3 because I can. Every once in a while I see the third one wiggle. All right. And that can, yeah, that can just sink huge amounts of coke. Station limit of 2 is fine there. Yeah, and this is going to be basically always dumping coal into this one. All right. Well, it's going to take a while for all of this additional capacity to turn into fuel on rails. You know, this has to get up to like a 200,000 threshold and gasoline. Somehow there's no gasoline yet. Oh, it has to overflow because we need it to void creosote, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's going to take a minute for all of this to turn into more actual fuel in the system. Ooh. There we go. There's tar, though. So it's running. But I'm going to assume that glass is basically still blocked on fuel. And not at the moment, but pretty close. And we have no available fuel, so it's going to stall again very shortly. We do have... Where are you going? Starwind, huh? And I hope that that's the one that I want you to go to? No, of course not. That would be too easy. I have no idea where Starwind is. I don't know what that station is. Oh, Zogna. Yeah, that's probably important. We probably want to make sure that we have petri dishes for that. All right, and that's the coal gas fix that I had as a to-do. We got that done. Arthropod blood sink is on my to-do list. How are we doing on arthropod blood? Has that become a problem yet? That's about 60% of the way to a problem, is what I'm going to say. So we do want to think about that and how we want to... I mean, what I really should be doing with arthropod blood is the vanadium pentoxide everything. But I just somehow have gotten this far without even thinking about vanadium. Yeah. And of course, this is all slowly dying because it's not getting everything else that it wants as an input. We do have moss. So yeah, all that's left is the good alien samples. And all that we need for good alien samples is primers. And primers, as I have said like 5 times, are waiting on delivery of Petri dishes. It does seem like Now that this glass has finished rebuffering, we're getting more glass for Petri dishes again, which is good. Glassware is slowly emptying, which is bad. Hopefully we're making enough glassware. Yeah, and that's going to take, I don't know how many more trips before everything is, like, repopulated now that glass is running again. But it's a lot more trips than I would like. Yep, and we're out of fuel again. So that's just waiting on all of this to turn on, right? This has a, 50K threshold. This has a similar, like, all of these things have thresholds to make sure that they're available for the general use of the base before we just burn them away. So it's going to take a little while, with all of these buffers for all this processing to turn on and have, tens of thousands of fuel to start shipping out. It will happen, but it's going to take a minute. I'm really not sure what to work on right now, if I'm being honest. I can hand feed things so that I can feel good about myself and say that Pi 2 is up and running. Wait, if we come on down here and grab all the primers we've built so far, which is a grand total of 132. We can come over here, drop those off at Good Alien Samples. And then after a little while, we'll come back and we'll have a stack of Good Alien Samples, and we'll feed those into the Pi Science 2 machine. Oh, I know what I should do. I should set up our station for where we're actually going to do research. So let's just grab these labs. And research is just a single station, I think. So I can kind of do it anywhere. All of our science is being built, like, up in this quadrant. So if I can find a spot closer to that, not that it really matters, it's such low quantities, but... Oh, I had one. Okay. Yeah, maybe over here somewhere. Okay. This will be... Oh, nope, never mind. This is not going to fit here. I lied. Guess we go over one more. Okay. Now I should be able to drop in forward section and yes. There we go. And then I think what we can do here is we're going to set up a requester station. If I... Yeah, this is just setting the request threshold, which is fine. We're not going to do that. We're going to put this here. And we're going to set you... You know what? No, actually, we want... How do I want to do this? Yeah. I know what I'm going to do. So we're going to take one of these. We're going to set up a station control. We're going to grab constant combinator, or a cybersync combinator. Doesn't really matter. Let's do a cybersync combinator. We'll hook it up here, and we're going to set PyScience 2 to 1 stack. We're going to set LogiSci to 2 stacks. What are our ratios here? 3 PyScience 1 and 6 automation. Okay. Whoops. And I should have done these in the opposite order so that when I add new ones, it's not weird, but whatever. All right. So this is, we turn off stack thresholds. Now we're setting thresholds for all of these things. And then if I take an arithmetic, that's cybernetic, take an arithmetic combinator. Take those as input. Take each signal and multiply by -2 to output each signal. And that's our request. So effectively, we want our transport size is 1 stack, then 2 stacks, then 3 stacks, then 6 stacks. And our request size is 2, then 4, then 6, then 12. And that way, we'll kind of always request double our... That is a lot of trains that need to be dispatched. We'll always request double our transit size, effectively. I think this should work. And then if we take our labs... we just kind of do like that. This is basically it, right? It's stupid, and it works. It's not stupid. All right. And then, yeah, these will just feed all the way down, and there's a huge amount of inserter capacity here. So this should already have dispatched. Yeah, and it's collecting 1.2 PySci 1. And we have another one that's going to pick up Logi-Sci. And the third one that is currently loading automation. Cool. So this should be research, and we can now, expand this more easily when we need to. I don't know if 8 labs is still going to be enough in the sort of short to medium term. But if we now check over here, how much, by the way, I should double check this. If I look at this, 1 good alien sample, makes 18 Pi Science 2. Okay. Oh, so once these are fed with the good alien samples, we're going to have huge amounts of science. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down there, Pyanodons. Okay. Okay. So I could just grab these right now. And I'm going to. And we're gonna get this started. Because with 18... this is actually going to be a couple stacks that we'll get. I assume these take forever to craft, but what's the crafting time on these? 180 seconds, yeah. So in 3 minutes, we will have our first Pi-Sci 3. I am going to go ahead and grab the stuff and make another batch of trains, because clearly that has become an issue again. What do I need for trains? I need duralumin, I need pipes. Mostly duralumin and pipes. Okay. And steel and steam engines. And titanium. Alright. That's another 5 trains, which is only an interesting number in and of the fact that that is a stack. So, it's convenient. And this will help a little bit with our everything is screwed up situation. All right, down to the depot. And assign the Cybersyn group, run automatically. Assign the Cybersyn group, run automatically. All right, there's 61 trains in that group, which is hilarious. Buildings. Yeah. All right, so I've got 17. Wait. 52 plus 19 is, 71 minus 10 is 61. Okay, so this is right. So I've got 54 cargo wagon trains and 17 fluid wagon trains. And there's Pi Science 2! 290 hours. Oh my freaking god. We're still not fully stable, right? We're still seeing things turn on and buffer. This is not... We're not done. But it is nice to see that this has started running. And especially with how many of these get crafted, I think we have enough good alien samples here that this will be able to get a delivery down here, even with primers still being a disaster. Speaking of primers being a disaster, primers are still a disaster. Oh, and we're out of tin ore. Oh, if we're out of tin ore, that means that this ran a little bit again. Yeah, it did. Ooh. We got 18 more of them. Do we have a delivery scheduled from tin ore to this? We don't. That worries me. Although, I did just add a bunch more trains, so... oh, right. I was looking at this for a reason. And the reason I was looking at this... was I'm like, we've got 54 cargo wagons and 17 fluid wagons. So let's do 6 more cargo wagons and 3 more fluid wagons. And that will get us up to a nice, even 70 trains in the base. Or maybe we just do 2 fluid wagons for the memes. But we definitely need more solid cargo wagons, so we're at least going to do 6 of those. What do we need for this? Intermetallics and intermetallics. Okay. What do we need here? Steel and shafts. Okay. Shafts. That's... Oop. And brakes. That's 6. And then a couple more fluid wagons as well. There we go. Hopefully, I mean, this is not going to be enough trains, but it'll help. Train depot is down here. Nope. Try again. All right. 8 more trains. Oh, I should, one second. Let me get a screenshot of how many CyberSyn locomotives I have, because obviously that's important to have a picture of. Funny number is funny. Okay. So that'll help. Those are going to take a minute. They need to fuel. How is our new Yeah, waiting for trains to make deliveries. That's fine. Coke is being emptied. That's good to see. Syngas hasn't even run yet. That's fine. Coal gas is, I mean, doing fine. We must have had a coal gas emptying at some point already. Yeah, this all looks good here. And then over on this side, yeah, we're still buffering some of the intermediates, so we're not making as much gasoline yet, because, like, the anthracene has to fully buffer. Carbolic oil has to buffer. Creosote has to buffer. Naphthalene has to... It all has to buffer, right? But we are, at least... running... Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's a delivery of gasoline. Beautiful. Let's see if we can catch this train on the way by. Ah! Let me click you! Nope. It's gone forever. I was curious where this train is going, mostly. Oh, right here. Ah, so this is gasoline that's actually used for processing things, not just for... not just for fuel. Do we have fuel, though? Hey, that's a fuel train. Okay. This is good. So what we want to see, hopefully, is that, you know, by the time we burn through all of this gasoline, another fuel has become available. And that's, you know, an iffy proposition right now. But it does mean that we're going to keep making whatever we need down here. Ooh, something pulled a bunch of glass. Yeah, this is what worries me. I'm worried that we actually don't have enough glass capacity. If I need to make more. And I think that our pure sand can handle it. But obviously fueling another half a dozen of these things is going to be painful right now. And that is less than ideal if we do need more glass. I think also if we do need more glass, I want to change this over to a higher capacity. Well, maybe not. Why is this train zizzing? It wants to go to the depot. This is a problem. All these trains coming and going, getting backed up like this. Yeah, that's worrisome, but hopefully it's temporary just because the base is in the process of turning itself back on. And all right, let's grab I want to work on glass, and I want to get glass up to being able to do 2 belts of input. That, I think, will help a lot. Yes, we're fairly fuel constrained right now, but we're not going to be fuel constrained forever. We did just double our fuel production. So I think we want to be trying to get more molten glass fed into this system, because these guys are always waiting on glass. So let's... Can I fit another row of these here? No, that would be too easy. I think we're going to have to adjust some of this. All right, there we go. These are burning through their fuel now. As soon as they're burned through their fuel, I'm also going to turn off this station. Just for now. Still couldn't find a train? I don't believe that. Yeah, this is an issue. This stacker is over capacity for how many trains are coming and going here. All right, I'm gonna have to think about that and what I want to do about it. These are out of fuel now. Excellent. So let's go ahead and grab this whole thing. And it's gonna go like here. Is that far enough over? Not quite. All right. So this will be the input here. This only makes 5, and that runs... Well, each of these is a half. So 5 will run 10 of these, and I've got 12? Yeah, so we need 6, basically, to run all of this, and we have up to 5. But we also need to, I think, double this capacity. Oh, this does 5 into 5. Each of these makes 1. Okay, so I had 3. Yeah, so I need 3 more of these guys. Here, let's clear that. Pull it all the way over here for now. So yeah, we need to double this. And then output of that here needs to be cleaned up as well, because we are going to need 2 of these. Instead of doing this down here, let's take this up here. 1, 2. Let's get rid of the filters on this. And we'll do like 4. Okay. And then the output of this needs to be... We'll actually go this way. Split with gravel on the right. And that'll be stone and gravel out. And then the actual quartz will come around here. Like that. Okay. So I need 3 more jaw crushers. I can make a couple. I need another ball mill, which I probably can't make. I cannot. All right, so I just need a jaw crusher, a ball mill, and 6 of these guys. And then we got to figure out fuel as well. All right. And that'll be double our... well, actually... No. Okay. This isn't all going to fit on one belt. 5.5 items is too much. As far as our input, yeah, actually same thing. 1, 2, 3 of these, and then we'll do that. There we go. Okay, so we need a jaw crusher. Just 1. And we need a ball mill. Also just 1. And then down here, this is going to get itself emptied eventually. And yeah, we're waiting for fuel. Lots of trains unexpectedly returning, which I don't like to see, and I still don't understand why it happens. Okay. That's fine. This will bring as much quartz ore as it can. Okay. Oh, and 6 glassworks. All right, so that's the buildings here. And then we'll change this to be exactly the same stacked output that we did for voiding coke. And that'll give us... 2 belts of sand, which will be enough for the... here, I'll copy and paste it right now while I'm thinking about it. That's what we want. That'll be enough for the doubled input requirements of all of that extra smelting, or melting, whatever it is. But yeah, until we get fuel... There we go. Now we've got tall oil. So it's something we'll get a delivery of tall oil. It might not be this. Ooh, and diesel. Okay, this is good. This is what we wanted to see. We knew it was going to take a little while for like the extra tar that we were making to end up as fuel, for the extra aromatics to end up as diesel, but this is good to see. Because these are all good fuels, right? So, I think we're in pretty good place. These guys are going to bring these to me as soon as they charge. All right. And Twitch is telling me that it is another minute until ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad break an hour. To keep pre-roll and interrupty short ads disabled. So it is a slightly longer ad break. I'm going to get some more water and stretch my legs and take care of myself as a human being during the break. And I recommend y'all do the same, and you won't miss anything interesting. That's That's the least obtrusive that I can make ads, is to do them in one chunk and try to make sure you don't miss anything. And when we come back from that, I'm not really sure what we're going to do when we come back from that. Well, we're going to have to see where we're at with... Where am I? We'll see what's broken, is basically when we come back, we'll see what else is broken and go from there. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, Twitch says we've got about 45 seconds left on the ad break. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me when it gives people a short ad break, so I don't really know when that happens, but we can go ahead and replace this with, I think, if we just kind of delete all this. Did I just... All right, and the ad break is fully over. Thank you all. Yes, I did just accidentally rename that station, which is what I was trying not to do. Okay. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. We're just getting the last of the refactors to glass here done. All right, we're still waiting for fuel, obviously, for this thing to turn on properly. But with... with this station here, we should be... Whoops, I lost alt mode. We should be able to keep up with the pure sand requirements for having doubled these. We've got the crushed quartz in, so it's really just fuel that's our issue for glass now, unfortunately. And that stinks because there's not much that I can do about it. Holy crap! Yeah, I mean, all of these are dispatched. As one would expect. But every train that's coming back... Well, not every train. Several of the trains coming back are getting that train has unexpectedly returned error. Let's just follow a train for a little while. Let's see what happens here. It seems ridiculous that my network is this snafu'd right now. I mean, maybe. We did turn on a lot of stuff, turning on science, but... Like, yeah, this is doing fine. It's just swinging around. It's coming over. It's gonna pick up. Yeah. And it's gonna go do its delivery. Okay. I mean, this is still a problem. I don't really know how to fix this without setting up a second depot spot somewhere. And, like, part of the question is, why are trains coming back to the depot so frequently, right? Like, this has... Because if they were staying out longer and not refilling as frequently, there wouldn't be so many trains here all the time. It's because they're coming back on short trips that I'm having this issue. And that seems weird when it keeps saying it can't find trains to complete things. It's like, you have trains with fuel. Why are you... And this is just me not understanding, like, the internals of how Cybersyn is choosing to dispatch, but, like, why is this train coming back when there's orders that need to be delivered? This is confusing me. I don't like it, and I don't know how to fix it, but I obviously can't add more trains right now because the whole system is jammed up, so... And the fact that I keep getting these unexpectedly returned to depot messages as well. Hmm. Hmm. I'm really not sure. Nothing is popping up in a quick Google. But I might also just have to dig through the main forum thread for CyberSyn or the GitHub issues for it. Because something doesn't feel right with this, to me, where all of the depots are constantly being cycled through by these trains that just have plenty of fuel, when at the same time there's all of these supposedly unfulfilled requests, right? And to me, this feels like I've hit some sort of misbehavior in CyberSyn. And I don't know what that misbehavior is. Because, yeah, we've got trains all the way out here that are just waiting to go to the depot. Hmm. That. My suspicion is that these unexpectedly returned to the depot messages are related to whatever's jamming the system up, but I don't know enough about how CyberSyn is implemented internally to confirm that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do right now to try to understand this. I'm going to have to spend more time doing more Googling. I'm curious. Yeah, okay, so this wants to dispatch a train for the tin, I guess, and it's just not been dispatched yet. Which, like, cool, but... Hmm... Blah, 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 blah. No, that's not a useful thread. Yeah, nothing's jumping out at me in the CyberSyn discussions on the mod portal. Um... Hmm. I'm deeply, deeply confused. Yeah, now I'm getting into stuff that's like a couple years old in the CyberSyn threads, so that's probably not helpful. Let's see if there's anything in the... Hmm. No, nothing's jumping out, unfortunately. All right, I might have to ask in Discord or on a forum somewhere to see if I can understand what's going on with CyberSyn here. Because this is obviously broken. Oh, look. Another train. Unexpectedly returned to a depot. Oh, no, that's bad. All right, we have multiple stuck trains now. How did that happen? All right. Yeah, you want to go to the depot, I assume. Yes. Aluminum. What did I do here? Okay. Let's... Yeah, those were indeed some stuck trains. Okay, they were just stuck because this train was trying to go to the depot. And it couldn't, for whatever reason. And this is going to have to dispatch itself all the way to the depot before CyberSyn will take it over, which is not ideal. But at least trains are unstuck. So maybe, I mean, obviously I need more depot capacity, but I don't necessarily want to... I don't necessarily want to just, like... Maybe I do. Maybe I just do this. And yoink. And we'll put it, like, somewhere else. Out of the way. And there. All right. Because we know that... Oh, I'm in a train. No. Out of the train. There we go. No, that's remote view. Where am I? Here we go. Yeah, we have a bunch of trains that are snoozing because they can't get to depots. And that is bad. So let's grab the stuff for... how many stations did I just make here? 28 more stations. And we'll drop all of that off over there. And we'll see if getting another depot region set up helps with our issues. It should help a little bit, at least short term. I don't know if it's fully, like, everything that's going wrong is related to not having enough depot stations and depot bandwidth, but it certainly can't hurt to try to deal with that clog, right? We have no circuits. How do we have no circuits? Okay, relax. We have no batteries. We have no batteries because we have no lead antimony alloy. We have no lead antimony alloy because we have no antimony oxide again? What? Oh. This old bug. Yep. That's a known bug that I forgot about. When I shut down old science, I would have bricked, yes, this Nexilent mining, which means that my antimony jammed up on trying to feed iron into iron Nexilent antimony special alloy, but we don't have Nexilent. And that would have completely hosed circuits. So we can short-term fix this by picking up some of that iron. But I need to feed Nexilent from the rail base back into the belt base. And actually, I should just do that. That's one of these belts that needs to swap directions. Yeah. So we do this. Why do I lane balance that? That's silly. There we go. So this Nexilent will feed the belt base just to keep it running for the short term. Yeah. And then we have other Nexilent in the system. Let me see. Hopefully we have some circuits buffered somewhere so that broken batteries is not going to stop me from doing what I want to do right now. Yeah, it's a few circuits. And I think I'm just going to need a lot more copper. Are trains still stuck? Yeah, trains are still stuck. And they're stuck because trains can't get back to depots. All right. And I think, hopefully, we have everything else that we're going to need to build that, the new depot over here. If not, we're not that far from base, so it's like, in theory, we shouldn't need, you know, a depot spot for every single train. If a few of them end up sitting around, whatever. But I think in this case, the ratio was just way off. But I also, you know, I did expect... Let me double check my depot settings. Yeah, depot bypass is on, and require same depot is off. So, like, they shouldn't come back to the depot unless they have to. And it does concern me that they seem to be coming back to the depot more frequently than they have to. I don't know, maybe something about my rail network design is just bad for CyberSyn, but... All right. We're going to need more underground belts, apparently. Oh, really? We're one short? We're one short? Hate it. One, I hate that I had an odd number of them. Oh, wait, nope. Oh, no. Let's see. This. This looks like it's left over from something. I don't think I need any of this part. Or this. Or this. Alright. And then we should have gotten... What's flashing at me? Oh, we don't have constant combinators. And we don't have... Well, rail signals. I'm going to have to go get rail signals. Alright. Having all of this stuff here, though, should help with the issues around trains being stuck, I hope. Yeah, these trains are going to start getting flagged as stuck because they're not being fueled yet. But this should already have been issued, yeah, multiple fuel delivery requests, and they are en route. So I'm not worried about that being an issue for much longer. I do, however, need to go grab the signals that we need. And then hopefully, if we're lucky, this will... I mean, how are we still getting a dozen of these could not find a train messages? I really feel like something's broken, and I don't like understanding... Or I don't like not understanding what's broken, right? Because we have like 70 trains now, and like, yes, a bunch of these are waiting to refuel, and that's fine. Yeah, alright, maybe the trains really are all busy now. Wow. Because, yeah, this depot is cleared out at this point. And I see lots of blue stations, so... Oh, yeah, no, it managed to schedule everything. So, like, it went through this phase where it's like, I don't know what to do with any of my trains, and then it got them scheduled. And I wonder if this is what's causing the, like, issue where all the trains go back to the depots. It's like it's scheduling in big batches or something. Yeah, and these trains will unstick themselves soon. In fact, they should be able to unstick themselves as soon as they get scheduled. Now that they are... yeah. Let's just flip these both back to automatic so that it... I think gets rid of the train is stuck. Yeah. All right. Hopefully having a little more depot capacity will help with its scheduling weirdness. I don't know if it will, but... Okay, back to our usual set of problems. We do have some fuel here. There is no other fuel in the base, though, so, you know. This is... what? Oh, shoot. I copied and pasted... All right, let's go clear that out. Oh, that's a horrible mistake. Accidentally copying and pasting the combinator settings for the station. All right. Crisis mostly averted. And then this should have a couple of trains dispatched now for pure sand. Eventually, there might be one more coming with stone in it, unfortunately. But let's drop off the stone that we have at like a stone pickup station. Yeah. Ooh, this stone mine is already significantly mined down. That's sketchy. I don't love that. Oh, whoops, I didn't realize I had left that there. What needs a stone delivery? What uses stone that I could drop all of this stone off at? Does this use stone? No. Moss over here? Yes, this uses stone as an input. All right, let's go over to rocks. Let's just drop this stone off. Just to get it out of my inventory. And then let's check this glass and let's make sure we didn't get another delivery of stone to it, because that would definitely break things. Yep, we did. Okay. Hopefully now the only trains that are on the way here are going to have... yeah, pure sand. Beautiful. Let's go to where we're doing research. I just want to drop off. I have some, like, science packs in my inventory, and we may as well drop them off over here instead of just throwing them away. Where am I? Oh, I went too far. Science is right here. All right. We don't have to do this turd. It is just kind of running because it's what's first. Ooh, kick out stage 2. That might be good for fiber, so we don't have to keep making huge wood builds. Nitrobenzene. Yeah, I don't really know, like, what I need. Salt and salt. Oh, this has the good... This is the one that has the good recipe for hydroxide. That's just like a closed loop of slaked lime from salt. I think so. All right, let's do salt and salt accessories as our first Pi Science 2. Pi Science 2 up here is halted. Ooh, on... Oh. Yep, on plasmids. And plasmids are currently in what state? I thought plasmids were doing okay. Oh, we don't have Zogna. Ugh. Of course we don't have Zogna. And Zogna's probably broken on Petri dishes. Yep, okay, everything keeps coming back to Petri dishes. That remains my biggest issue, is glass. Yeah, there we go. Cool. That train is bringing a second load of fuel while we're still burning fuel, and I don't think that's happened in a long time. So I think we are slowly catching up on, like, the fuel consumption needs at the base. Slowly but surely. Obviously getting enough... Where am I, and where do I need to go? I want to go over there. I want to get the stone out of all those inserters' hands. Otherwise, they're not going to empty trains at full speed. But yeah, if we can get that running quickly, and I might have to do more pure sand, like, input to glass as well. That is totally a possibility that I need to do another pure sand build. But I think my pure sand build is basically just water input and some byproducts out. So, like... Yeah, is this train limit is 1. Let's bump the train limit here to 2. And we maybe should change this. I mean, how much pure sand can this make? If these can run at full speed, and I don't think they can, I think they're input limited by some previous steps. This would be 24 a second pure sand, which is a weird number. So not quite 2 full belts of pure sand. Let's call it a belt and a half, and, like, this will suck up 2 belts at peak, but I don't expect it to always be running at peak draw. So, like, it's okay if right now we're a little limited by the pure sand coming in, because what will eventually happen is our glass will not be backed up, and we'll be able to buffer a bunch of pure sand here, and then, you know, we can burst making molten glass when we need it, right? And that's the dream. Cool. Yeah, this has fuel. I'm impressed. I'm glad we're keeping up with fuel. Adding those extra depot stations seems to have totally fixed Cybersyn, question mark? So yeah, maybe there's some issues with Cybersyn when you have not enough depots. weird. Well, maybe not weird, but unexpected. How about that? So yeah, I think we're pretty much just like waiting for this all to buffer whatever needs to be buffered. But like this is running at full capacity now, right? Which is what I really want to see. And as long as these three machines are able to keep running and keep all of these going, I'm happy. Because, yeah, we're running at our full 2 a second capacity now, I think. Which we just haven't been for, well, and now we won't. Well, there's more pure sand. All right. So it's still a little bursty. Still a little bursty. But, so these three will suck down like 50 a second. And that's, in theory, only 4 of these. But then you have this one, which is another 40 a second. And this one, which is another 33 a second. So this is the equivalent of 2 of these. So we've got like 5 of those, like 7 of them. Okay, so more than double. So yeah, we did need a little more than what we had before to run all of this simultaneously, which, again, I knew. I just wasn't expecting to have it need to run so many of these things simultaneously, right? Like, but this is honestly doing a lot of buffering that it should have done a long time ago. I had issues with misaligned belts and mistakes down here that meant that things didn't buffer many, many hours ago when I thought they were going to. But hopefully now we'll start to get these Petri dish deliveries where they need to go. Obviously, yeah, we're bringing sand around as quickly as we can. Oh boy, and something grabbed plate glass, which means these are all going to turn on for another bunch of stacks. Yep, all right. Well, I think glass was, again, I didn't realize how much of a bottleneck it was before, and we're already almost out of gasoline again. Jeez, that's hungry. Way more than I was worried about, you know, this being my issue. But like, really the issue is, well, these aren't running because I don't have meat. That's an issue. But the other issue is glass, much more than my alloys. What's going on down here with meat? We have a gutsastrophe. Okay. Yeah, we need a lot more guts coming through, and this is backing up everything, isn't it? Absolutely, this is backing up everything. All right, let's go fix that. This way's faster. I'm not sure. I guess I did some mental math on that when it was like just Augs running, but with the full base turned on, we're running slaughter for like every animal, right? So we do absolutely have... Am I coming to the right place here? Yes. Just a lot more stuff coming through here, right? We got Vrox, we got fish. Yeah, everything's running. And I just did not account for that. Why did I not account for that? Because I'm bad at this game. Oh, wow. And more than that, it's just not spoiling fast enough. Okay. All right. And then... Actually, we kind of want to do the same thing here. So we'll grab these. And we'll grab this, and this will be an output. Ooh, that is too close. Whatever, that works. Feeds out there. I guess we can do like that. All right. And then whichever of these might end up with spoilage, it can dump it at like a full belt at a time and just get it out of the way. And I think it will, I don't know, sooner than later. I guess you could do the math, right? How long do these take to decay? 8 hours. Which means that we need to be able to buffer 8 hours worth of production in order for all of them to end up decayed away. I'm not sure if we're buffering 8 hours worth of production. We're probably not. Even with 3 of these, it's probably not quite up to 8 hours worth of production. All right. Well, that's another bottleneck fixed. And this should get more meat more quickly. That can go out to my Digosaurs, which is what we want to see. Are we still looking at like a full belt on the top? No, not quite. All right. Just making sure that we're not backing up these belts coming through here. And I don't think we are. All right, so those will be able to run the Digosaurs a little more frequently. That's fine. If I check... Not that. Not that. It's... Which one? Here. Mechanical parts are... I mean, running in general. Yeah. For some reason, this is our bottleneck. That reason may be circuits. I'm surprised. Usually it's shafts. This whole build is supposed to be shaft limited, so I suspect that we were briefly circuit limited. which doesn't surprise me because, you know, everything was broken. All right, we are getting a little bit of Nexalit coming up here now, finally. But that is just being fed from this, which is not a... Uh-oh. Cool, tailings dust is backed up. All right. That's not a problem I want to deal with right now. It's really frustrating that this system is still not stable. I really did want to see us, like, properly making science. But unfortunately, few too many bugs, few too many bottlenecks. We were able to make a few science packs. We saw the thing go. It popped, but we're just not quite there. You know, like, petri dishes are... You know, we're going to have another load of them eventually. So yeah, I think there's just too many little bugs that I didn't realize were there until, like, more of the rail base turned on, right? Like, so much of this has been sitting idle since I built it. And I think that shows in how it has behaved or not behaved as we've turned things on. I mean, we can see that, like, in general, our requests are being properly fulfilled, right? We're keeping up on everything except, everything except planter boxes, and I think planter boxes are broken on stone still. Stone brick. Planter boxes were up here. Yeah. Yeah, they're still broken on brick. And we're still only making brick as a byproduct from rich clay. We're not getting brick from stone or anything else onto the base right now, so I just have to set up a little stone smelting spot somewhere. That's not super difficult, I don't think. Just needs to be something that I choose to prioritize. And then otherwise, we're doing pretty good. I mean, obviously things need to rebuffer with the glass that's been broken on and off for so long. It's taking time to catch up, but I think it will catch up. Like, all of these things, we have the capacity, and we have the bigger molten glass capacity now, so all of these can keep running. So I do think we're going to be able to... we're not in, like, a critical hole, right? The whole base isn't foobar. It's just a few bottlenecks that we still need to work out, a few wrinkles. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. I am very hungry, and it is past my dinner time. Thanks very much to everyone who's been watching this. Really appreciate you tuning in. 291 hours, 15 minutes, and we got Pi Science Pack 2 at almost exactly 290 hours. So that's that is pretty all right. So yeah, next time, this Thursday will be the next stream, and we're just gonna keep working on bottlenecks. I mean, that's it. Cleaning out bottlenecks. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. Thank you to the folks on YouTube. If you do watch on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the description. And if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that is also really, really appreciated. So yeah, thanks again. I've said thanks too many times. And I'll see y'all in the next episode.